Councilmember Guimedo, Mayor Pro Tem Linus,
Here.
and Mayor Altamirano.
Here. Public comment's now open. Did we get any public comment?
No.
None, seeing none, we're gonna go ahead and close public comment. And we have 2 items that will be speaking on closed session. Can you report on them?
Item number 1, existing litigation. 1 case, Key Disposals and Recycling Incorporated versus City of Commerce. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated potential litigation, 2 matters.
Now we'll recess to closed session. All right, now we're going to reconvene from closed session, actually. And would our city attorney please report out?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. The City Council met in closed session, discussed item number 1. All 5 members of the City Council were present. City staff made a presentation. And there was nothing further to report on that item. Item number 2, one item was discussed. Councilmember Roboyo was not present for that discussion. The balance of the council was present. The city staff made a presentation. City Council provided direction, no reportable action was taken. And the other matter, the council intends to reconvene in closed session after the open session portion of the agenda is complete. And that concludes my report out of closed session. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could make a correction.
Yes.
It was stated that all 5 council was in the session for item number 1, but I was,
Item number 1 is key disposal. I'm reading off of the
Got
agenda.
it.
So item number 1 on the agenda is key disposal.
got it, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we'll reconvene to open session, and we'll call the meeting to order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Guimada,
Here.
Councilmember Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Iborio,
Here.
Vice Mayor Linus,
Here.
and Mayor Altamirano.
Here. Okay, and we're going to have Mr. Dominic is not here today. We're going to have pledge allegiance with our HR director, Ella Papo, and our invocation by Mayor Pro Tem Linus.
Please rise. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing.
As we congregate on this very special evening, may we be guided with the intent and clarity to represent our beloved community to the best of our abilities. Let us remember to consider our future, honor our past, and put our people first. As we celebrate our city's 65th birthday this evening, let us remember the spirit of our city's founders, who were propelled by a passion to protect this community, sustain a business-friendly environment, and deliver a better quality of life for Commerce families. In honor of that spirit, let's be mindful of the responsibilities entrusted to us and the impact of our decisions on the lives of those we serve. May we strive to act with integrity, fairness, strength, and compassion, always keeping the well-being of our beloved city of Commerce, a collective, at the forefront of our minds and the center of our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So good evening, everyone. Today, we come together to celebrate a truly remarkable milestone, the 65th birthday of the City of Commerce. This isn't just a celebration of a number. It's a celebration of the spirit, resilience, and the heart of a community that has grown stronger with each passing year. For over 6 decades, Commerce has been more than just a city. It has been a home, a place where families build their dreams, where businesses grow and thrive, and where neighbors come together and support one another. To our residents, businesses, city staff, and my fellow city council members, you are the heartbeat of Commerce. Each of you has played a vital role in shaping our city into the vibrant, thriving, and welcoming place we are so proud to call home. Your dedication, hard work, and love for this community inspire me every single day. As we celebrate this special moment, let's take a moment to honor our past, the journey that brought us here, and the people who laid the foundation for the city we know and love. Let's also take pride in the present and all we've accomplished together. and let us look forward with hope and excitement to a future filled with even greater possibilities. Now it's time to commemorate this incredible occasion with the sweetest way possible, with the cutting of the cake. Happy birthday, happy 65th birthday, Commerce. Here's to many more years of growth, unity, and prosperity. Let's celebrate and cut the cake together. But before we do that, let me call our Parks and Rec Director, Greg Alanis.
Good evening, Council. How are you guys doing today?
Great. Awesome.
Outstanding. How's everybody over here? You guys ready for the party? Outstanding. All right. Well, welcome to this special City Council meeting as we celebrate an incredible milestone. My name is Greg Alanis, Director of Parks and Recreation, and today, this evening, we are celebrating the 65th birthday of the City of Commerce. Let's hear it, everybody. For 65 years, our city has been a symbol of progress, innovation, and community spirit. From the development of world-class parks to the launch of programs and services that improve the lives of our residents. We have so much to be proud of. Thank you to everyone, past and present, who have contributed to the success of this fantastic city. But before we go any farther, I'd like to bring to your attention a few super duper deluxe 65th birthday celebrations that we have planned over the next few months. Starting off on Saturday, February 22nd, and the kids, you guys are gonna like this one, Snow Day, right here at our transit department. Yes, let's hear yay. All right. Followed on Saturday, March 15th, our senior gala for our senior citizens. Followed by Friday, April 25th, our super duper deluxe Teen Center Bash. And let's not forget, we had to postpone our drone show, right, this past weekend because of the weather. We will be rescheduling our drone show and concerts for Saturday, May 31st. So everybody mark your calendar. And after direction this evening, we will be enhancing our Independence Day celebration and or 4th of July celebration. So that's something to look forward to. And a birthday would not be complete without a gift. Each household will be eligible to receive a commemorative 65th birthday picnic blanket with the city seal. More information on how to obtain your blanket will be available in the next few weeks. Let me tell you, you guys are going to love it, especially in this cold weather. So at this time, I'd like to just reintroduce our council member. I'd like to introduce to you our Mayor, Ivan Altamirano, Vice Mayor, Kevin Lainez, Council Member Hugo Argumedo, Council Member Mireya Garcia, and Council Member Oralia Rebollo. Now, we have a special treat. The City of Commerce Parks and Recreation Department would like to invite up Ballet Folklorico, who will lead us in singing Happy Birthday to honor our city's 65th anniversary. Please welcome to the floor, Ballet Folklorico. And council members, if you can stand, please, so we can be sure we get some pictures as we sing Happy Birthday. So on the count of three, everybody, a rousing, loud happy birthday to the City of Commerce. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, City of Commerce. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. You can stay right there. At this time, I'd like to have council come down to do the cutting of the cake. Anthony, can you get him closer? Yeah. There we go. You can cut it. Are you afraid? Yeah, we are. Yeah. Great picture. I think we'll have a few photos with the young ladies and gentlemen. Oh. So this will conclude our 4th of July fireworks show. Just kidding.
Hoy por ser tu cumpleaños te la cantamos aquí. Despierta, muy bien despierta, niña que ya amaneció. Ya los pajaritos cantan, la luna ya se
Anthony.
I think he meant a swap out.
Covering the cake. Everyone squeeze in. Also, please remove yourself. Yeah.
everyone a nice smile. Thank you.
Thank you to all for being part of the program.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to invite everybody to the foyer for some cupcakes and some refreshments to celebrate the 65th birthday of the City of Commerce. But before you go get your goodies, I do want to acknowledge several staff for all these fantastic decorations, and that would be Denise Barrera, Melissa Romero, Yolanda Boone, and Anthony Aguilar for all their hard work today. Thank you. It's party time. Let's go get something, some goodies.
All right. All right. See you guys out there. started, and at this time, we're going to open up public comment. And our first speaker, if he's ready, is Jason Stinnett.
Good evening, City Council. Get my glasses. First, I want to start by saying happy 65th birthday to the City of Commerce and the community. I treasure the City of Commerce. My family's been here since the 60s, since the 50s, prior to incorporation. And in many ways, the City of Commerce has done a tremendous amount to positively impact my life. It helped me achieve my educational goals of getting a college education. And it also helped launch a career that's been more successful than I could have imagined when I was just a teenager running these streets on my skateboard. So I'm always grateful to the city for that. And that's why I always want to make sure that I give back and I reinvest in the community so we can pave the way for the people coming after us. So that's the reason I'm here this evening. I wanted to share the news that the Friends of Montebello Unified School District Foundation's annual scholarship application filing period is open, and students can apply by visiting our website, which is friendsofmusd.org. Every year, we give out tens of thousands of dollars in scholarship money. Scholarships ranging between $1,000 and $3,000 to every student that meets the criteria and successfully completes the application and interview process. A quick summary of the requirements: must be a graduating high school senior at an MUSD school, must demonstrate financial need, must show acceptance or enrollment at an accredited institution of higher education as a full-time student. Community and junior college applicants are welcome as well. They just need to provide their information. Minimum 2.75 GPA, which is a bit lower than some of the other ones that are a bit more competitive. And when I was in high school, I probably wouldn't have qualified for this in my senior year, but I'm not going to go too deep on that. But also a letter of recommendation, copies of their transcripts, and a personal statement or video submission. Now, I think we're all aware that there's a lot going on at the federal level that's causing us all grave concerns. It's a dark time in many ways. So one thing we want to make sure that we're communicating is all applicants' information is going to be kept confidential. We are going to protect our students because we can't count on the federal government to do that right now. Just as a product of the district and a Bell Gardens High School alumnus, we're dedicated to getting as many scholarships into as many hands of MUSD students as we possibly can, including our students here in Commerce. So for more information, you can visit our website, friendsofmusd.org, or our Instagram profile, FMUSDF_scholarship. And we also respectfully request that the city share this information through your communications platforms if you're able. I can send a digital image that could be used over social media just to get the word out, basic information, driving them to our website and telling a little bit about the qualifications. But again, thank you for the time this evening. And just one last personal note, item 10, to consolidate commissions. I actually had a conversation. I'll wrap this up quick. I see my time's about to expire. I remember having a conversation with you late last year, Councilmember Argumedo, where I had told you back when you came up with the concept of establishing the Education Commission, I thought it was a bad idea, and I did something I don't always do. I admitted I was wrong and commended you for establishing that commission, because I see the great work that it's done and the way that it's really grown the Commerce Scholarship Program, which is just one of the jewels of our community. It's done so much for so many. And I think in this time, in this era, when we have a lot of challenges facing us, not just at the federal level, but at the state level and here locally, because I think the funding is going to be challenging in the months and years ahead. We need more stakeholder engagement, not less. But with that, thank you all, and I hope you all have a great time celebrating our wonderful city's 65th birthday. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Randy Sachs Romero.
Good evening, council members, and I want to just tell you happy birthday to our community, to all our residents and everybody. The reason I'm here today is the item number 10, but I'm going to speak it now because I'm not going to wait here all night until that item comes up. It's combining the Traffic Commission and the Community Service. My feeling on that is that that's two different complete commissions. Your staff report has things to say about it, that we have the same agendas and everything. And to me, it's not, because traffic is about the traffic in all our community. Safety is about the people and stuff all around the community, the neighborhood. To me, it's two different things, okay? That's my feeling, all right? The staff reports, one of the reasons that they want to bring this together is because our traffic commission was canceled 5 times last year and already 1 time this year, January, right? I want to note on that. February's meeting was canceled because it was Valentine's Day. That's what our email told us. Was the city hall canceled because it was Valentine's Day? You know, the community comes to us and tells us a lot of things about what's going on in the community. How do we relate them to you if we don't have our meetings? It's hard to get hold of you guys sometimes because you guys are busy yourselves. You know, that's why you have commissioners, to listen to the people. As far as the other 4 cancellations, when they said there's nothing for the agenda, that's why they canceled the meetings. Well, let me tell you, every meeting we ask for many things to be put on the agenda. I have asked 4 meetings to put on, to look at a truck route in our community. That was something we really need. Something about truck parking. That's one thing. There's so many things that I've asked for to be put on the agendas, and they're never put on. And then they cancel the meeting because we don't have them. But it's not only me. The other commissioners on the commission have asked for things too, and nothing ever comes out. The reason they tell us there's nothing. Well, guess what? There's a lot of things. There's a lot of people concerned about our community and the traffic out there. And you know what? They don't come to you and tell you, but they tell us because they know who we are. And my neighbors talk to me all the time. So I'm just letting you know, by saying that the reason is because all the meetings are canceled, that wasn't on us. That was on staff. Not doing the job when we ask them to do things. Okay? Because to me, if I asked you to put something on the agenda, would you put it on there? Yes, you would. When we ask a staff member that we want this on the agenda, it doesn't go on there. So to me, and like I say, it's something that's been a problem last year, and I hope it doesn't continue this year because there is a lot of things we have to talk about. We've asked for recaps on stuff that we already okayed. They don't even give us the recaps on stuff. You know, there's a crossing thing they put on. We were supposed to put on Eastern and Telegraph 2 years ago. I still haven't heard anything back. We okayed it. You okayed it. What happened? Okay, so that's where I'm at right now. And before I leave, I just have one more question for you. A while back, I came back to the meeting and told you about you're tearing down the stadium. Okay, I understand that, but nobody ever called me to give me the explanation. Yeah, that was months ago. Now you're doing a cleanup. Costing us $7 million to clean up that place. That's the grant you guys got, right? You had to get it at the last minute. My question is, when that side's done, who's paying for the other side where the new park's supposed to come and all the buildings or whatever they're going to put over there? Who's paying for that environmental cleanup? Is our city going to pay for that? Because that's going to cost more than $7 million to clean up the other side. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Carmen Marquez.
Happy birthday. Anyway, Carmen Marquez here. I live on Fidelia. Honorable Mayor and Council and members, I'd like to start off with some thank yous. I am thankful for the opportunity to have served on several commissions, the Library Commission, the Education Commission, and the Traffic Commission. I'm especially thankful for the wonderful members of the Traffic Commissioners. Most recently, a thank you to Randy Romero, who was here, Joe C. Betancourt, Jorge Garcia, Evelyn Serposo, who happened to be in my second grade class also, yay. Kudos to Sergeant Figueroa, Sergeant Duarte, Liaison Karen Vigil, and and Liz Contreras, we all found out that we all went to Bogart. It's high school. Totally Bogart. I'd like to thank the council member Argumedo for giving me a chance to work and be on this commission. And I want to thank all of you because what we've seen, y'all work really hard, 24/7. And everybody here. Okay. Commissioners, I want to talk about commissioners. They're the eyes and ears of the city. Their focus is on the community and what's going on in real time. They assist council members to keep in the know of what is happening in the city. Serving on a commission, we have an opportunity to experience the collaboration, communication, and education of how the city works to meet the needs of the residents and businesses. Actually, commissioners get to see and experience how hard our council members and staff work together, creating a thriving community. Commissioners witness the how and what of staff directors and managers working together for the good and safety of our residents. While I was writing all this song came into my head, the Sonny and Cher song, As the Beat Goes On. So as the beat goes on, in order to keep the fidelity, momentum moving forward, and opportunity to encourage community involvement, I would like to recommend that the commissions remain as they are. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no more public comments, and so we'll go ahead and close public comment.
Honorable Mayor,
Yeah.
if I may, I want to introduce our new media relations specialist to the City Council.
Okay.
In the time coming up, Catherine Tong, if you can come up, please. You will have the opportunity to meet with her and give her your priorities on, I think, I've communicated the desire of the City Council to have a greater public presence, and so we'll be working on that. But obviously, as items and issues come up and your preferences come up, you can meet with myself and or Ms. Catherine anytime you wish. But just want to introduce her.
Hi, everyone. My name is Catherine Tong. I am the new media specialist for the City of Commerce. I'm very excited to work here. Just a little bit about my experience. I come from the Los Angeles County Office of Education and from Cal Poly Pomona. So I am here and excited to be here with the City of Commerce, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to City of Commerce. Okay, public comment is now
Thank you, Mayor.
closed. And we'll go ahead and move on to consent calendar. And on consent calendar, we have items 2 and 3.
I'd like to pull item 3, Mayor.
Okay, we're pulling item number 3. So,
And if there's no additional comments or questions, I would move to approve the remaining item, which would be item number 2.
I'll second that.
okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, everybody said aye, so it's approved. Okay, we'll go ahead and go to item number 3.
Thank you, Mayor. Just more for informational purposes, if you don't mind, because there's a lot of good information in this item here, a lot of the work that's going on around the community right now at all of our parks. The walkways, the tunnels over at the I-710 and under the I-710 over in the Bandini area, and also over in Bristol Park. And it's just good information for the community to know. So if you don't mind just updating us.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, I will try to summarize some of what's going on, but essentially this, as Councilmember Argumedo suggested, has been a long process, and this is the final step for approval by Caltrans for implementation of art and other maintenance improvements throughout the city. So back in February 1st of 2022, the city applied for and received Clean California Cycle 1 grant for $4.9 million. Right, and with those dollars, the city contracted for professional services agreement with the design groups, construction groups, and we're now at the point where the Caltrans just needs this approved agreement and to move forward, specifically with the properties located on Trigg Street and the Leonis Tunnel under the 710 freeway. This is the artwork the city council has approved before. The contractor was RJM Design, and also the Vivitch Designs art pieces that the city kind of looked through. Following tonight's approval, we will actually have a media post related to, and I think you're going to see a lot of this moving forward now with Ms. Tong on board, as Councilmember Arguello suggested, informing the public of the actions that you're taking and the benefits that should come from some of those actions. And so we'll provide a more detailed posting of what this project is and how far it goes back and what is and what isn't included in it. Is there anything else?
No, that was it. I appreciate you just giving us a brief update, and I believe some of this work is still ongoing. I believe Bandini, that's still not complete yet. Is that right?
Correct. So this touches various portions of the city, and what we'll try to do is summarize it so the public at least knows the expectations and timing. But without this piece here, the Caltrans will not approve the funding mechanisms, and so that means the project does not move forward. And so this is a big step in getting us to conclusion.
And I read that in the report. I know it's required that that we do that. Not only that, I believe they're required to have a $5 million bond. I believe insurance bond goes with that.
Right. So part of the agreement, the requirements.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Mr. Domick, who's leading the charge on this project, is not here tonight. And I don't want to put Claude in a spot. Just because it's transportation doesn't mean it's him. But it's a public works project with a variety of art-specific items that are going to be completed. And I think to better serve myself and the community, we'll provide a very detailed posting related to this.
Thank you. And yeah, that satisfies the what I was. I just wanted more of an informational for those in attendance and those that may be watching. But if there's no further questions or comments, I would move to approve staff's recommendation on item number 3.
Okay, there's a motion. Do I hear a second? If there's a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. Moving on to schedule matters, we're going to have a presentation and update for the Sheriff's Department.
Good evening, Council. Sergeant Duarte. I'm going to do the public safety report in the City of Commerce. The first map I'm going to be showing you is the crime trend from December 1st through December 15th. Our major incidents occurred in the RD 0245, which is around the Citadel area. And as you could see, the upper center on Whittier Boulevard is the second area where we have a lot of red. The day of the week for this was 12 incidents on Tuesday. The time of the day is going to be 5 p.m. incident. So this is from December 1st through December 15th. On the next slide, I'll provide another heat map from December 16th through the 31st. As you could see, the most incidents on this time period was the Citadel and some of the Commerce Center. Same thing, the most common RD is going to be the 0245 with 41 incidents. The day of week here changes to Monday from the previous week, and the most common time of incident that occurred is going to be 4 p.m., 1600 hours. On the next slide, I wanted to provide a separation of the Grand Theft Auto incidents in the City of Commerce for the month of December 1st through December 31st. How many incidents have occurred and the location of incidents. The incidents most occurred are at the Citadel, and we have some by the Commerce Casino industrial area. The top makes and models of vehicles that are taken are going to be the Kia Forte Optima Sportage, which we had a total of 7. The Chevy Silverado, we had 5. Ford Ecoline, Ford F-250, Ford Transit Connect, 5. Hyundai Sonata, 4. And the day of the week that most incidents occurred or were reported were Saturday. We had 12 incidents. The time of day counts vary. There was not one that, most of them were 3 during different times, so it wasn't a specific time for those. On the next slide, I'll provide you an updated crime stats from January 1st through December 31st. So Aggravated assaults, the City of Commerce had 8 for the month of December. For robberies, we had 8. We had 17 burglaries, 75 other thefts, 32 auto thefts, and no arsons. On the next slide, that's the breakdown with comparison to other cities like Cudahy, Maywood, and East LA. Reminder, Cudahy is 1.2 square miles. Maywood is about the same square mileage. East LA is 7.45 square miles in the population. So you can see a comparison. On the next slide, I know that the last time I provided a report has been a while, so I do have information from November. I'll make it very brief on the incidents. We had a unhoused shelter cleanup on November 13th. We participated on the Commerce 5K Turkey Trot. On November 18th, the City of Commerce, along with Janice Hahn and Assemblymember Miguel Santiago, hosted a drive-through Thanksgiving giveaway. November 20th, deputies attended Rosewood Park School Career Day. November 28th through December 1st, deputies provided security for Citadel Thanksgiving shoppers, which is also known as Black Friday. December 1st, deputies participated in the community tree lighting at City Hall. December 7th, participated in the Shop with a Cop event at Target at the Commerce Center. December 10th, unhoused cleanup with Ocean Blue and social services throughout the City of Commerce. December 11th, City of Commerce toy giveaway at Commerce Casino. December 14th, participated in the Department of Children and Family Services Del Verde Richmas Holiday event. December 16th, attended Public Safety Commission meeting. December 19th, assisted with the food distribution for the City of Commerce. December 22nd, participated in the Viking charity event and provided 8 food baskets to Commerce residents. December 23rd, attended the City of Commerce Posada event at Rosewood Park. December 24th, conducted an unhoused shelter cleanup in the City of Commerce. And as you all know, from January 6th up to the 25th, all DEPR personnel were deployed to the fires as it was declared a state of emergency. On the next slide, I'll provide a Commerce arrest report from December 1st through the 31st. We had 28 felony arrests, 49 misdemeanor arrests. And now I'm going to provide you year-to-date stats, which are the most important, and we all want to know how we're doing from last year to this year. So aggravated assaults last year, we had 83. Current year, we have 88. We have a 6.02%, so we did have an increase. On robberies, last year we had 70. This year we have 70. We don't have a change at all. That remained the same. Burglaries, last year we had 281. Current year, 185. We had a decrease of 34.16%. Other thefts, we had, last year we had 919. Current year we had 850, which is a decrease of 7.51%. I'm going to break those down to grand theft, which is greater than $950. Last year we had 455. This year we had 403, which is a decrease of 11.43%. From vehicle thefts from vehicles were the previous year 207. This year were 141, which is a decrease of 31.88%. Petty thefts were the previous year 257. Current year 306, which we had an increase of 19.07%. Auto thefts, the previous year we had 411. This year we have 381. We have a decrease of 7.30%. Arson, last year we had 10. Current year we have 6. That's a decrease of 40%. So those are the stats from year to date on that. And I want to say this will be my last report for the City of Commerce. I appreciate you guys having me here. I am going to introduce the new City of Commerce Sergeant, Sergio Jimenez.
Good evening, council members. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. A little bit about myself. My name is Sergio Jimenez. I've been on the department for approximately 24 years now. A little bit about my history. I've been fortunate to have worked numerous units. Detective Bureau. I was a trained officer, master FTO. I was in the Sheriff Protective Detail for a bit, and I just promoted out of the SWAT. I've been here at East LA for approximately 1 year now. I'm very excited to work alongside all of you. I'm hoping that maybe I can sit down and speak to each one of you, see what the expectations are, and I hope to maintain the high standard Sergeant Duarte has already established. Any questions?
Well, I mean, it's a pleasure meeting you, and we're excited to have you. But at the same time, we're a little sad that our Sarge is leaving. She's done such a good job for our community. She's really connected with the residents. So it's sad to see somebody leave. You know, when they're established in our community. She's done such an amazing job. But we're going to welcome you. I know you have some big shoes to fill.
Definitely.
But would our city council like to have a few words? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, well, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm going to echo the sentiments that the mayor just said. Welcome to the City of Commerce. We're excited to welcome you and, to work alongside of you. He mentioned it right. There are big shoes to fill, and but we welcome you. And Sergeant Duarte, what can I say that I have told you? A true testament to the seniors that showed up here today to make sure that we give you a proper goodbye speaks volumes of the connections that you've made in this community. The residents that were hugging you speaks volumes of the connection that you made in this community. I think that you definitely worked so hard without really trying to work hard. It's just who you are, right? You changed the perspective of a lot of people who, in a time where being kind to deputies wasn't popular, you changed that mentality for a lot of people. And I thank you for that. You showed through your actions the type of leader that you were and that you are. You led our special problems team phenomenally. And I'm sad to see you go, but congratulations on your promotion. Anytime that a female promotes in the career that you're in is a celebration to all women. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for keeping our community safe. And we're really, really going to miss you. So thank you for the connections that you made to our residents, but also to our business residents. You've made sure that you balanced that, that you did a good balance of making sure that our industrial residents were heard and taken care of. So we're truly, truly going to miss you. But we trust what you said about Sergeant Jimenez, and I'm excited to welcome you to the City of Commerce. Thank you again, Sergeant. Please come back. Don't be a stranger.
Councilmember Argumero, did you have
Yeah. First and foremost, welcome and thank you for being here for this meeting today to introduce yourself to the community. I look forward to sitting down with you and having a discussion as we move forward. I know we had a meeting scheduled, and I know that due to the fires, you were unable to make it, which is absolutely understandable. So I look forward to sitting down. Sergeant Duarte. Just want to extend our sincere thanks and gratitude to you on behalf of our entire community for the great job that you've done for us. Absolutely. We're very pleased and happy for the work that you've done, the requests that we've made and you've implemented, different changes, including the report that we just received. Thank you for that. I did have a request. I know just this past week we were hit once again over on Wilma. 3 catalytic converters were stolen. One of the individuals happens to be my commissioner on planning, and he lives on Wilma, and he was one of the individuals, and he's in the audience here now. But part of what I was telling him is that we really need to, number one, the report that you just gave, I really think it would be important for us to highlight those particular items, particularly because of the significant impact they have on those that are affected by that. Number one, to replace it, it's a pretty big ticket item in the neighborhood of, over $1,000 to maybe $3,000 possibly, depending on the vehicle that is being hit. And number two, it'll help us to see if there's a pattern, because they tend to hit Rosewood Park. By the way, our council member is also one of the victims in this. Our vice mayor, Kevin Lang, my apologies there. He was also a victim, and I really think we need to get a handle on this thing. I know it's tough; it's a difficult task to address, but I know we can put a good plan together. And I've advocated in the past to deploying a decoy program and seeing if we can hopefully work on some things to do something along those lines and see if we can figure out who's committing the crimes here in our community. I firmly believe it's somebody locally here in the area that knows the community and goes around and picks an area and figures they tend to operate in the wee hours of the morning, when everybody's asleep. So I think if we put some time and effort into this, we can put a good plan together to try to see who's involved in this and see what we can do with that. So I'm really looking forward to sitting down and having that discussion with you and whoever else from our staff to hopefully put a good plan together to address some of that. But anyways, again, congratulations on your new assignment, and I know you're going to do a great job where you're going to be going. And also, we want to welcome our sergeant. Thank you for coming, and I'm sure that you do have some tough shoes to fill there, but I'm sure you'll do a great job and help us with some of the issues that we're having. Overall, I think our community is a pretty great community that we have. It's pretty safe by comparison to other communities, I think, but there's always room for us to improve, things that we can do, things that we can look at and see how we can do a little better. But again, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Sergeant Duarte, congratulations. I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss your reports. Come by and stop by and visit us. Don't forget about us. And Sergeant Jimenez, welcome. We're going to be focusing on a lot of things, so I'm looking forward to our conversation. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lainez.
Thank you, Mayor. Sergeant Jimenez, great to meet you. Thank you for coming here today. Welcome to the City of Commerce. Really look forward to sitting down and talking to you one-on-one and seeing, giving me the opportunity to kind of express our community's concerns, right? Some of the things that we're seeing, but also learning about what you think are some opportunities here in our city and what are some things that we can potentially enact and maybe take action on. So really just looking forward to your perspective and sitting down and really understanding how we can make this a safer community for our residents and our business community as well. And Sergeant Duarte, it's a bittersweet moment, right? I really appreciate, the service that you've really delivered to our city. One of the things that I know we as a council really wanted you to do was community policing, right? And just making sure that, our deputies were accessible, right? And present at school events, city events, neighborhood watch meetings, at our senior center, and really you leaned into that and really answered the call. So I really appreciate your leadership and just the strength, the compassion, the tone and your patience, right? With how you dealt with some of these things, I know there was a lot thrown at you, right? And I really, really just admire your work ethic. And obviously you're great at what you do because you're moving on, right? You're getting a promotion. This is a good thing for you. Again, bittersweet for us, right? We're losing who I feel is a core component of our community. But I feel with Sergeant Jimenez stepping in, we hope to gain some of that back. But you are irreplaceable, just so you know, and for the record, she is irreplaceable. But we're gonna manage. We're gonna try, right? We're gonna try.
My best shots, sir.
Yeah. So best of luck. Don't be a stranger. I'm sure we'll see you around, and I'm excited for your journey and what's next. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything, last words from
No,
you?
sir. Just again,
No?
an honor and a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, welcome to City of Commerce. Thank you. Thank you, Sarge. Okay, so at this time then, we're going to move on to item number 5, the reinstatement of funding for the citywide excursion.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Greg Alanis, Director of Parks and Recreation. The agenda report before you is a report regarding the recommendation to reestablish an excursion, a citywide Las Vegas excursion. Just a little background. I'm sure you're all aware, but the excursion, last time it was offered was in 2019, and since then it has ceased, of course, because of COVID. In regards to that, the excursion that we're recommending is in the amount of $89,125. Part of this, the background information is also that there will be 250 individuals that will be able to participate in this event. Of course, they do need to be 21 and over should you want to move forward with the event. In terms of the analysis, as you can see on page 2, the lodging is $31,125. Chartered buses, which we need to charter out, is $25,500. Welcome dinner that has been past practice at $10,000 and supplies of $15,000 for the event, and staff time $7,500, and that's for staff to accompany its residents on that weekend. I provided 2 options for you to consider at this time. One is residents pay full cost at $357. And then option 2 would, if the city would like to subsidize some of the costs at 25%, which is $22,281 in total, that would equate to $267 per person. Again, these rates are based off of 250 registered participants. And the hotel is the Golden Nugget in Old Town, has been in the past. There has been a slight recommendation that I do want to present to you that in the past, it's my understanding that room reservations were from Friday, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, people would get in, and then you would depart on Sunday morning. However, talking to staff, we thought that we'd like to try something a little different to assist staff and to also assist the residents when they arrive. We'd like to actually book rooms on Thursday. And the reason being, a staff would actually go up there, get the rooms ready. So when you arrive, there is no waiting. It's my understanding that at several times that the staff had to wait till 5 or 6 o'clock to get into rooms with residents to assist them. This would allow staff to actually get there early, get all the rooms ready, and it would also allow for you and the residents to actually depart earlier in the morning and to get to Fremont Street much earlier and quicker. And upon the arrival, residents and participants would be able to just get into their rooms rather than walking around with their luggage, sitting in lounges. And I'm sure that, the 5-hour drive up, there is some rest needed when they arrive. So getting into a room quicker and not having to wait till 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening would be beneficial and most likely loved by the participants. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Actually, Greg, I really think that's a good idea for Thursday. I never thought about that, but it is true. The times that we went to Las Vegas, a lot of the residents sometimes didn't get in their room till sometime in the evening. So that's a good idea. And I know that the casino currently is speaking to some of their partners out in Las Vegas to see what casino we can get a good deal. So,
Yeah,
there's a lot of
Yeah.
moving parts.
There is.
But okay, is there any questions or comments on this? Go ahead.
Just to help me understand, the Thursday room rental would be just for staff, correct?
Staff would arrive on Thursday and prepare 50 rooms or get checked into all 50 rooms or 100 rooms, depending on how many rooms are reserved. So they go there, they will meet with the concierge, get all the keys on Thursday. Upon your arrival on Friday morning, or let's just say lunchtime, staff would have the keys already and be able to disseminate them to all the participants so they can go directly to their rooms.
And we don't get charged for the Thursday night?
Yes, we do. And I want to explain that too. Yes, there is a charge for Thursday night, obviously.
Per room?
Yes. And that charge, we believe it's $29 per room.
And that's included in this
Yes.
267 or
Yes.
267 or 357? It's already part of that?
Yes, that is included. And I do want to take, if you take note too, that this is a single occupancy. So once you give us direction, we will then finalize the numbers. So if there's a double occupancy, that number will actually be decreased significantly. Triple occupancy will also be decreased as well, depending on what option you would like to.
So the price per room remains the same, whether it's 1 bed or 2 bed?
Yes. Price?
So it doesn't fluctuate. So like, because you're saying, so this is based on single occupancy, which means 1 bed, correct?
Yes,
So
it'll
if
be,
we're
it'll
saying-
remain the same.
Okay, so the price doesn't change if you need 2 beds?
No.
Okay, but the price would change if I decide to go, I'm a resident and I decide to go with 3 other friends, right?
We would,
So,
It's occupancy for 4 people, 2 per, I'm just saying, right, 2 per bed. It still stays the same, but for us, it's different because now we're paying a little bit less, right?
exactly.
Okay.
Honorable Mayor and Member City Council, so I think as presented, Greg is forecasting the worst case scenario as far as from a budget impact perspective, right? Obviously, implementation and some of the matters you just mentioned would change that. Plus, we can look at, once we get information from like our partners at the Commerce Casino and their influence in Las Vegas, it may change even more. But the for your consideration tonight is the budget. We want to do this, these are the dates, and this is the amount of money that is necessary to do it. Worst case scenario, we obviously will seek to find the best, most effective and efficient way to do it. But, when we essentially bring items for the city council to consider adopting a plan. And with the plan, sometimes they change, most times, hopefully they change in a positive manner. Sometimes we have to come back and adjust.
One note to point out, I just want to, the rates are for Friday, June 6th through Sunday, June 8th, just to let you know.
A
So
quick
those are the
comment
dates,
on,
the
on
rates.
that. Can we be flexible on the dates? Because when I was talking to the casino about it, we were focused on August. So I just want to make sure that we're just not locked in June, but potentially we might move the month.
Yeah, we can make that happen. We would have to take a look at our events calendar for August, which would consist of back to school night, concerts in the park, things of that nature, but we can definitely look into that.
All right.
Yes, flexible.
Thank you. Councilmember Garcia?
Yes, just a comment. So, or a question, I guess. So can we arrive earlier on Friday morning? What time are you estimating that we'll arrive there?
So if I may, the issue with room availability is that in Las Vegas, most rooms are now not available till 4 o'clock usually. They're getting later and later every year, right? And so arriving early really doesn't do anything. Arriving early actually would almost mandate what Greg is suggesting and get in the room the night prior, right? So we'll look at all these options. We'll have options City Council to consider, including potential other dates as we move forward. But I just want you to understand that the arrival time does dictate a little bit about the usage of the rooms.
I just, just saying because we're in Vegas, so I don't know if people will even concentrate on the time. So, okay, thank you. My question.
I wasn't done, Mr. Mayor.
Oh,
Go ahead.
And just for clarification, on the total, you have 89, 125, and then 68 if subsidized. What does that mean? If subsidized by what?
Subsidized by 25%, which would be option 2. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to either take option 1 or option 2, and we thought 25% subsidy if the city would like to take that up.
And to be clear on Councilman Rebollo's comment earlier about the rooms. If two people go and stay in one room and we choose option 2, then they split to 267, or they're each going to pay 267 for one room?
It'll be cheaper than 267 for each individual.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Councilwoman Rebollo, are you complete with your questions or comments?
No, I guess because I don't know if I'm not understanding the staff report correctly, but if the way I'm understanding it, the total is 89, right? But that's option 1. If the residents pay full price, or it's 68 if we subsidize it, but shouldn't it be the other way around? Is there a misprint, or am I not reading it correctly?
25% of the 89,000 is 22,281, which comes out to 68,800.
Cool. I think,
Councilwoman, if I may, I think I noticed that when I was reviewing the
Right.
staff report. So if we take option 1, which is the allocation for 89,000, we're subsidizing the price of the people that are going to partake in this event. Option 2, right, is we're committing 68,000, so we're not subsidizing the trip. That's the way I read it when I looked at the staff report. If you're asking us for less money, that means more of the onus is going to be on the person attending, right? If you're asking us for more money, that means less of the onus is going to be on the people attending. Am I misinterpreting
Yeah,
that?
it's actually the opposite. So just
That's why I'm confused.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
yeah,
So
sorry. I thought you,
Yeah.
full price, if the city wants to subsidize it, it's actually, it's the 89,125.
Correct.
If you wanted to take an option 2 and you wanted to subsidize 25%, you subtract the 22,000, the 22,000, which leaves 68,000. And the price drops to 267 per person. So, and then if you do double occupancy, it actually drops even.
You're right. The short answer is you're right. The higher the subsidy, the less the city cost, right? No subsidy, and really, we're only talking about the rooms. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. So the question before you is the $89,000 mark with no subsidy, or the $68,000 mark with a 25% subsidy? That is the question for your recommendation.
Got it.
thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I just have a comment, Vice Mayor. You know, as I was looking at this, you know, I'm sorry, Mayor, sorry, I'm still stuck about a month ago. So, I'm not opposed to this, right? But in just kind of looking at what, you know, our priorities, or my priority is, right? You know, and as a council member, you know, one of the things that I think about is the gym, right? You know, at the Brenda Villa Aquatic Center. And, you know, the gym was an amenity that was free to the community at one point. And the reason, you know, I feel that it was free, it was an amenity to help offset some of the environmental impacts that we suffer from being an economic hub, right? Being, you know, flanked by the railroad tracks and also by the 5 and the 710. And a couple of years ago, you know, we lost that, right? You know, we started charging residents for the Resident Plus card to attend the gym, $99 a year, along with some other services and amenities, right? So, and that was an administrative decision, right? That wasn't something that came before the council. That's not something that we decided on, right? But, you know, I think we may have at least the power to potentially look at alternatives. So I'd be okay with this as long as we get an item in front of us within 45 days, just to review the performance of the Resident Plus card over the past couple of years and get some actionable recommendations from staff. You know, some examples would be, do we keep the price at $99? Do we reduce the price? Do we eliminate the price? You know, and do we separate the gym and some of the other programming that we offer with the Resident Plus card? So I think personally, you know, a lot of people in the community have talked to me about, you know, being excited about this excursion, right? But a lot of people in the community have also talked to me about, you know, the loss of the gym. And so, you know, I think if we're going to look at maybe funding an excursion like this, really we should also look at, you know, bringing back an amenity that was really a staple of the city of Commerce for several years. So that's where I stand on it. And yeah.
So if I may, particular to that portion of this request, so the item is standalone. With regards to your comments, right, and I understand it's related, what I would recommend a modification to your suggestion is not a 45-day, is that, as you know, we are concluding the process of hiring a finance director. Part of what I think you will see is a very detailed expenditure reports on recreation and quality of life type programs. So you can see the value and the cost to value, right? And so you can make decisions exactly like we were talking about. If the value of providing free membership to our gym is X dollars and this program is this many dollars and the utilization is maybe not as high, I think you'd be able to make those assessments. So what I'm saying is that's a good assessment to make, but I would recommend that we wait till the new person comes on board and looks at the totality of all of our quality of life programs, so you can make a complete assessment of what your priorities are coming in and coming out, right? And I only say that because as we move forward and there is certainly some fiscal challenges coming to the city potentially, right? That we don't know, right? We don't know. We know, obviously, the city council knows about the lawsuit filed by the tribes against all card clubs in the state of California. You're going to, one of the goals I think from staff should be that we provide you enough information to make informed decisions. And I think that's what you're asking for. And what I'm telling you is what I would like to do is even a more complete and holistic variation of that, where you see all of our rec programs and the value or the cost, so the city council can determine the value of those programs and how to move forward.
I think that's fair, and I think that makes a whole lot of sense, but I want to make sure that we do it, right? And we don't continue to kick the can down the road. And so how do we make it so that we set a target and make sure that we hit it, right? That we actually move forward and do this assessment.
You tell me that you want it as part of the upcoming budget process.
Okay. Well, that's what I would say. I do want it as part of this upcoming budget process, and I don't know if I need to make a motion to make sure that we have the consensus of the council or.
No, let's just ensure that it is going to be part of the budget process, because I'm sure all council, I've heard every council member speak into this, and it's been years that we've been speaking into this. I don't want to say, let's make commerce great again, right? But let's make commerce great again. Let's go back to how it was created in the 1960s, 70s, 80s. I wasn't around in the 60s. I can hardly remember the 70s, but I do remember the 80s and 90s. And I was too young in the 70s. But I do remember that we as a city stood out from other cities. And we were so unique that our resident cards, I mean, we used to pay, I think it was 10 cents to go swimming. And our resident cards were close to being free. I think that, I mean, Joe Aguilar is here. He would know. He worked in Parks and Rec for a long time, and he was also on city council. But my point is that we need to bring that back. We can't lose it. We can't become like our neighboring cities. We're unique for a reason. And I hear this from not only resident cards, but I hear it not from programs, but I also hear it from the seniors. I'm hearing it everywhere. It's as if we're becoming equal to all the other cities that surround us. And I'm in agreement of going backwards and making it very affordable for our residents the way it used to be, where we had pride and we can speak into it. And other cities around us, I don't want to say, there was a certain envy because of the amount that we give to our residents and what we do for our residents. So I would like to see what the cost is of what the residents are paying for resident cards in total, right? And I want to figure out, if possible, how do we bring that back and give that as a gift to our residents. I would rather give our residents the 65th birthday, instead of a blanket, give them something like this. Give it back to them. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking with it.
So I'm hearing you 100%.
Yeah.
And we certainly will move forward in that direction. But I can tell you, because I'm only an 8-month-old baby here in the city, you are 100% the envy of the region. Nobody has the quality of life programs that Commerce has. By far, I can tell you, I've been at 7 cities, 20-some years. I'm only 14, so that's hard to do, but I can tell you for sure that you should be very proud of your commitment to the programs and services that you provide. I weekly learn of new things in Commerce that are just, baffle me in a positive way. So 100% appreciate the comments made by the council about getting back to that specific item that makes this community unique. But I can tell you for a fact that if I were to look at the programs that this city provided 10 years ago versus now, you're doing more now, right? But certainly, I can tell you, without comparison, nobody does as much as the city council does for the community.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or? Okay, all right. So, how would you guys like to move on this with the option number 1, where residents pay the full cost, or option number 2, where the city subsidizes 25%? And I mean, I know that we're just passing something worst case scenario, but I also do know that as a partner, the casino being a partner, they spoke about the welcome dinner. That's $10,000 here. They were talking about covering that. And there's other business partners out there that we're going to be able to count on. But what would you guys like to do? Would you like option 1, where residents pay $357, or option 2, where they potentially pay $267?
I would move that we go with option 1. I think it's a very popular, obviously, excursion that we had. But at the same time, it's popular in the sense that every year it was sold out. Everybody wanted to go on the trip. It's a great trip, and I think it'll definitely sell out, even at that price, without the 25% subsidy.
Absolutely, and if people share a room, which a lot of people
that's going to
do,
reduce the
they
cost.
pay half, right? Which will be $178 per person for a 3-day weekend, or Friday, Saturday, and come back Sunday. Yeah, with dinner included. I think that's good. Option number 1 is, I think
And I think it'll just also make it a lot more palatable to those that are, well, you're subsidizing. No, we're not. We're everybody's going to pay full price, and I think they'll still enjoy a very, very good trip, and it'll afford us all of the information background that's already provided as part of the report here. So I don't know how you feel, but if not, I would move to approve and with option number 1.
there's a motion to pass with option number 1. Is there a second? No second? Is there no second because you guys are looking at option number 2?
I think for me, obviously it is very popular, and Gloria is looking at me over there because, I know she loves this little Vegas trip. And a lot of members of our community love this trip. And I think I'm on the fence with it only because I do feel that I would like for us to look at, like Councilmember Lainez, MPT mentioned, I do have in my mind, right, other priorities of services or programs that need to come back before this trip. But I do like the comment that you made about, maybe having our businesses subsidize some of this, so then that would lower the cost for the city. So I'm liking what I hear, only because I do think that there's other priorities, at least for me, right, and other priorities that I'll mention is, but that's the only reason why I'm on the fence with it. A part of me wants it to come back because I know how popular it is in the community. And people, residents have asked us about bringing this back, right? But I agree that residents have also asked about, resident cards and other programming. and other trips, right? Like, so I would like for us to, if we're gonna move this route, to really look at the family excursions that we used to have as well. Not just this for the active adults, right? But like the whole family excursions, and not just the beach trip, right? And actually add more beach trips. And there were different real family excursions that the city used to take whole families on in the summer that we haven't seen in a while. So if we're going to move this direction, then I would also like for us to see, I would also like to see more family trips come back. Definitely by this summer. So I was on the fence about it. That's the only reason why I'm I didn't second this. But I think, as Councilmember Romero mentioned, I think, it alleviates the cost on the city if they're going to pay full price. Again, people hardly ever go alone, right? They go with 2, 3, even 4 people. So I can see how it'll lower the cost for the residents. But if, someone is saying that they're committed to, having our businesses sponsor some of this cost, I could see how I would definitely support that. That's it for me. It's not because I don't want it back. I do. But I do think that there's also other priorities that we have. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, at this point, I'm going to second the motion to approve the option number 1. So at this point, there's a motion and a second. So all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. And Ernie, I would like to, just what our Councilwoman Rebollo just said, I would like to see, and I'm sure all of us do, what programs we had and how can we start to beef them up and bring back programs for our teens and families to attend more beach sessions and other programs that have just kind of gone away. And especially ever since COVID, it just seems like it's so difficult to bring some of these programs back. So I really want to have some sort of study session just on Parks and Rec. Like, what can we provide for our community and families? And I think we'd all like to be part of that. Okay? Thank you. This time, we will be moving to item number 6, to the reinstatement of Miss Commerce Pageant and Young Man of the Year program.
Good evening, Council, again. Thank you. Yes, next agenda report is for your request, a reinstatement of the Miss Commerce Pageant and the Young Man of the Year program. Just some brief history. Obviously, it's been in existence since the 1960s, and in 1999, the Young Man of the Year was presented to the community. In 2019 was the last Miss Commerce Pageant. 2020, it was canceled due to COVID, and we were just 2 weeks out when we had to cancel that event. So since 2019, we have not had the pageant itself. And I'm here to get your thoughts and ideas in regards to reestablishing the program. I do want to make note that the report itself indicates that this program would take place not this March, which is 2 months away, but March 2026. That is based off preparations for an event of this magnitude. It's a huge endeavor with reservations with casinos, hotels, or even steakhouses, whatever it may be. They're trying to get everything gathered and in place, and to get the young women and men in order, and to get them ready for the event itself. So, in a nutshell, I presented to you a budget of $166,000 for such an event, and I also included key dates and milestones so you can kind of see exactly what it entails leading up to the event itself. So at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this agenda report.
Any questions?
I have some questions. And I know we've had substantive discussions related to this item. And thank you for putting it on the agenda and bringing it back. I think it's something that we absolutely need to reinstate here in the city. It's been such a long-standing tradition this year. Many other cities have already recovered, and they've already, they have their queens and their royal court. There's no reason why we shouldn't. But at the same time, I know that during budget, the cost was pretty extensive, the amount of money that we were spending. And I know this is a little bit less than what we've had in the past. I believe it was over $200,000. And if I am correct, I think it was $225,000, somewhere in there. So there's been a reduction here. And I would just like to see if we can relook at this and maybe, have it a little bit, just a different relook at this so that we can have a little bit of a leaner, reinstatement of the Miss Commerce pageant, and then we'll kind of look at things and moving forward. But I just would like to see some things that maybe we can break down a little bit here and maybe just reduce the cost a little bit here where it's a little bit more manageable. But by all means, I definitely would like to see this program reinstated in the near future, and as soon as was presented, which is next year, because I know it takes a great deal of time. I know staff really puts a lot of time and effort into making these events very nice events, and we definitely want to give them the appropriate time that they need to make all of the arrangements. But I really would like us to relook at this and see if we can reduce some of the expenditures. I just don't, I'm not the one to say, hey, cut this out, cut that out. I want you guys to sit down and relook at it and present us something a little bit more palatable. And the other part of this is that we should also look for advertisement, try to take advantage of how we can try to, promote some of the businesses in our community and try to get them to get some buy-in into this so we can subsidize some of the cost here. Okay?
Thank you, Councilmember. Go ahead, Councilmember Garcia.
I agree. So I am one of those people that like to talk about the budget. So there's a lot of repetition here with miscellaneous items. I mean, I'm not saying no to the pageant. I think we do need this. It's a great empowerment tool for our young people of today. The culture excursions, the Monterey Awards, the supplies, miscellaneous. I think I need more of the details so that I can make a better decision. Maybe we can work on that. Are we prepared to see how many participants we're going to cap it at? I mean, if we only have 5 participants, what are we going to do? Because I know that usually we have 5 to 7 participants, and all this money that's being spent for 5 people, I think it's a little bit much.
Yeah, a good question. I will take you back to 2019 when I came on board with the court that was going through, and there was approximately, including young men, probably 20 participants at that time, 18 to 20 participants, I recall. So we believe that this program, once it's resurrected in any shape or form or fashion, that it will attract the young women and the young men. This is a staple in the community, and it's iconic. And we believe that we wouldn't have any issues recruiting. I don't think we would have to do much recruiting ourselves, to be honest with you. I think that just getting the word out to our community members, past participants, would suffice, and our numbers would be, we hope 20 to 25 people participate.
In case we do not get that amount of girls, what would happen next?
I think
we'd
have to
I can barely hear Greg,
reevaluate,
guys.
reevaluate the program itself. It's my understanding registrations and paperwork actually goes out in, I want to say November, December, or right before that. And so we would be able to reevaluate late this year and perhaps restructure the program to accommodate, let's just say 5 individuals, like you said. But we would know late this year for next year's pageant prior.
Okay, thank you.
And the mayor went to the restroom, so I'll chair for now. Councilwoman Rebollo?
I have a few questions, a few comments. And I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but my first part of the question is, have you gone to other cities to compare their pageants and like what they do as it relates to pageant? And I know, right, like Commerce, we always go big or we go home. So our pageant is spectacular. It's close to like ready to be on CBS or something, right? Which we're accustomed to. And again, I'm not against the pageant. I myself, right, in 1998 was a participant and became a princess, and I understand what it does for the young ladies of our community and the young men, right, when we started incorporating the Young Man of the Year. But as was mentioned by the council member, as we look at the different items on the budget, right, have we looked at other cities to see what they do and how they, because I'm sure their cost is super low compared to ours. And a lot of these cities that now have their princesses that reinstated it obviously didn't do it at this magnitude, right? Because they have way less of a budget than we do, right? So have you compared ours to other cities and seen what they've done and
No, to be honest, we have not compared other cities, and I think you hit it on the head just right at the beginning of your statement. Go big or go home. So in Parks and Recreation and staffing wise, we wanted to present the best program for this community because of the history. And we believe that if we minimize the program, the next day we may hear that it wasn't as great as it was. So we want to present to you the best program that we can present at this time. With that said, we can definitely do research.
Okay, so let me tell you the conversation I had with Greg related to all of these items before you tonight. I didn't get into the best or not the best because I don't necessarily believe that spending more money makes it better or worse. But it's presented tonight as what it was, okay? Now, it doesn't mean at all that that's what it has to be, but I want you to know tonight for your consideration of either modification, moving it forward as presented, or some other format. And part of what tonight is, especially with an item like this where it's so far ahead in the calendar, is if you want it to be something different, if you want us to look at other things, then you provide that direction tonight. But what's presented before you is the format that it used to exist. I am not, obviously I don't have the history with the city, but I'm not going to tell you that it's the best way. It's just the way. Now, if that's not satisfactory or something that you want to see different, then tonight is the night that you give us direction and we'll come back with whatever it is the council directs. But I want you to know that the conversations I had with the recreation department as it relates to the recreation items before you tonight, and all of these that are presented tonight is what it was, okay? And I certainly will not say, I disagree, it's not the best, it's the way, okay? And the best could be whichever way you feel is going to be for the future of this community, but I want you to know that what's before you in every single one of these items is what we used to do, okay?
So yeah, that was part one, right? And again, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, and I don't want anybody to take my words out of context and to think that I'm against the pageant, because I'm absolutely not. But when I look at obviously what we used to have and what we're slowly bringing back, right? I prioritize like what's more important, right? And to some people it might be the pageant, right? And we do like having the city ambassador that represents us, right? And we do want to empower women, right? Member Garcia and I had a wonderful women empowerment event, the young ladies of our community last year. So we recognize like there is a need, and it's so important to empower the young ladies of our community and the young men, right? As a boy mom, I recognize that sometimes I forget, wait a minute, we need to do the same thing for our boys, right? Especially for the boys of our community, right? But in prioritizing for me, right? As I looked at my list of priorities of what needs to come back, right? For me, it's more important to bring back our cultural excursion for our graduating seniors to Washington, D.C. That is a completely educational trip, right? Before I would bring back the pageant, especially at this cost, right? But now we're talking about lowering the cost. So that, But then I also want to see, and I know I've talked about this, for the last 2 years, right? The need for our hotshot program to come back, right? So that takes a priority, right? Because we're talking of a lot more participants, right? With this, it's about maybe 12 to 15 participants, which, it's great. And again, I don't want my words to be taken out of context because this is very important. But in priority, right, I look at the participant number, and we have a huge number of like Tiny Twos. I know the library gets Mommy and Me kids at the library, right? And residents have come to us. I don't know if they've come to, I'm sure they've come to all of us about, why didn't we bring back our sports program completely the way it used to be, right? They want to see a hot shot program. We talked about it for the last 2 years, and it's fallen on deaf ears, right? Residents are taking their kids to other cities because they have programs for under 5-year-olds, right? We have a Tiny Twos program. We have a preschool program. So why aren't we why don't we have sports program for those kids, right? So again, in my list of priorities, if we're going to look at a big budget like this, I would rather us focus on those 2 items first for me, right? And not saying that I don't want the Miss Commerce budget to come back. I would love to see it come back, definitely more condensed, right? But I would like to see those other 2 priorities, at least for me, right? Because I hear members of the community, and there's been a few members that have talked about the support for the Miss Commerce pageant, and I completely respect that. But I've gotten more questions about when are we bringing Hot Shots back? We're taking our kids to other cities, and I see that kids at level 3 are, after level 3, they're even at level 3, right? Certain sports, they're dropping off. Like there was not even a league for baseball because the older kids are not playing sports anymore. I don't know why, right? So if we're not getting kids at level 3, why are we still not prioritizing under 5? You know what I mean? And if we're going to look at the budget, at least for me, like that's where I think that the priority should be to move this money, especially for the cultural excursion for graduating seniors. The opportunity of a lifetime to go to Washington, D.C. and to learn and to see something outside of the commerce bubble. And maybe we can merge this with the cultural excursion. I don't know, right? But I definitely would like to see it if it comes back to us, like at a different budget. But for me, those are the 2 items that I think we should focus on before we come back to the Miss Commerce pageant in this magnitude. And I would suggest you go to other cities. The city of Linwood has a Mr. and Mrs. Linwood pageant, right? And it's not too separate. It's and I didn't get to talk to them to really dissect their program, but it's mixed, right? And it's whoever went. They're going to be a Mr. Linwood or it's going to be a Miss Linwood, and then they have princesses, right? So other cities have done it in a way where it's still nice. Again, but we're go big or go home. So I get it, and then we can say this now, but then after when we don't get what we use, why didn't you guys and why didn't we this, right? So I understand the predicament you're in because we tend to change our minds a lot. But again, for me, I would like to see our budget spent differently at this time. I'm not saying that we shouldn't bring it back because we definitely should. We need an ambassador. But I like this one. Again, using our businesses. Again, we're the city of commerce, right? How many businesses don't we have here that are not, don't have a community buy-in? We need to reach out to those businesses, right, to lower this cost. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so at this time, then, what would you guys like to do?
Mayor, if you don't mind, obviously we're asking for a revised, let's take another look. I would say let's give opportunity to staff to work a little bit on this, on some of the comments that were just made, and hopefully we can get a different item before us with some changes. And And yeah, let's give it a little bit of time. I don't know, how much time do you think you need for that, Greg? And I know you need to, if we move forward and it's going to be next year, but you also need to make arrangements now and stuff.
I can present a report in detail in end of March. That just gives me some time, and I'll reach out to the city of Linwood, definitely.
And I have a quick comment or question. Would it be a problem if we partner with like one of our neighboring cities and we have them together, but they don't compete against each other, but we have two cities together? Like, let's just say we choose Downey, Montebello, or we have it at the same time. Split the cost down the middle. I don't either. but it's just a thought. Yeah. So, all right.
It would work if it was competition amongst the region. But that's the only way it would work.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
But we hear the creativity and the direction, so thank
I
you.
like where he's going. I think it's a regional pageant.
Yeah.
So, hey, we're moving. I like it.
Well, I mean, all right. Yeah, that'll be big. That'll be cool. All right. Perfect. Then staff, you're clear. You have direction. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the very unique conversations that we're currently having. So we'll go ahead and close then. We're not tabling it, it's just,
I believe we're going to continue it to, I believe, a meeting in March.
Okay, we're going to
Thank you,
continue it for a meeting in
Councilmember.
March. All right.
Thank you.
And then, so then we're going to move on to item number 7, which is the reopening of Rosewood Park Snack Bar. Who's going to report?
That is me again.
All right.
And I don't want to take away from Greg's passion. So I appreciate your passion. But, I approach things in a very black and white business-like manner. So, but I want Greg to sell all the stuff he's selling. So it's good.
Okay. Councilwoman Garcia, did you have a comment before?
Oh, no, he's going
No?
to,
Okay.
after his presentation. I'd like
Okay,
to-
got it. Okay, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, it'll be a brief presentation. At the request of City Council, before you is a recommendation for funding to reopen the Rosewood Park Snack Bar. Just some brief history. We used to have a full-time supervisor, food service supervisor, one part-time senior food supervisor, and 2 part-time food service attendants. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. That's what I'm recommending to bring back. We actually had more staff prior to COVID. We did lose our supervisor in the middle of COVID as a result of a new job opportunity for her. So she moved on and we never backfilled that position. At this time, we only have one individual that is employed that can operate or work in the snack bar. And I believe you all know who she is. It's Abdulia, who does a fantastic job for us. Prior to COVID, the annual budget to facilitate the 2 snack bars, one at Bristol, was $319,000. We brought in about $114,000 annually for those 2 facilities. We are estimating that if we were to open up the Rosewood Park facility snack bar, it would cost an estimated $390,000 annually, and that would include hiring back staff to run the facility. So again, that's just $390,000 annually to bring back a full-time supervisor, 1 part-time senior food services, and 2 part-time food services assistants. This time, I'd entertain any questions that you may have.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Hi, Greg, again.
Hello.
Thank you, Mayor, for putting my request on the snack bar to reopen on the agenda. This is an important item for me and several other community members. I would like to reopen the snack bar through a pilot program. That's what I'd like to see. I want to make it easy and convenient for people to be here, and the food's there. They don't have to drive anywhere else, so it's there. It's convenience. We can also create jobs for our community, and we can generate revenue and sustainability. So some of the programs that we're having right now are basketball games that are on Thursday and Saturdays. During the second week of April, we have baseball that will start on Saturdays and Sundays for soccer. For our aquatics, we have water polo tournaments starting in the summer, June 7th and 8th. We have JAIL's Junior Olympic Qualifying Tournament that we will be hosting. And July 19th to the 27th, we have full weekend tournaments. Also games on Sundays all year round. This is not even including the swim meets. So in order for this to function properly, the hours of operation will need to change and be adjusted. So I know that you're saying 11 to 4:30. We have to adjust those schedules so that we can bring in revenue and accommodate our community. You talked about staffing. How can we think outside the box? How can we utilize what we have now? I believe that we have a part-time food service supervisor that can oversee part-time food assistants, probably reflecting 20, 25 hours, for hour shifts. I believe we can use camp kitchen staff while they are off every other weekend. I believe that's what their schedule is. So I'm requesting that you provide a proposal for a pilot program using our resources, change of hours, and opening on weekends. Please communicate with your staff for the aquatics department and our sports department so that we can see our schedules so that we can accommodate the community and all our programs that we have going on the weekends. And that's what I propose. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Councilwoman Rebollo?
Yes, thank you for the report on this item. So, here I go again, just kidding. No, and looking at the budget, right, I know that the city doesn't make money off of the snack bar, and it never, I think, was intended for the city to make a profit. It's been really just a service to the community. So I think I like the proposal of, Councilmember Garcia asking for, a proposal of a pilot program. And I think different options for us to explore also for the snack bar. I think that we can create a win-win situation, right? Provide this food service and maybe not have to really spend that much money as it relates to the snack bar. I know we had discussed, like, what are the options that we can use the snack bar for, right? It's been sitting there. You have the Commerce Hearts who are trying to fundraise. You have the water polo and the swimming program who always try to fundraise. I mean, they're constantly fundraising. And you have Commerce Crush who wants to fundraise, right? And we had talked about, like, can these clubs maybe sell out of the snack bar, right? And then it's a win-win because now we're providing food, right, or an option, and now our clubs are using it as a fundraiser, and now our own communities making money, right? Well, the clubs, the sports clubs, because they're constantly, like, asking, why they can't fundraise. The booster the aquatic booster has a machine, a very well-oiled machine, right? And they know how to fundraise, and they're constantly, right, putting their little snack bar out of the meeting room, right? Because that's the only place that they can that they are allowed to fundraise on. So the other sports have been asking, well, why can't we do that? So in talking, like, well, maybe they can, right, out of the snack bar. And we talked about, using it as, they would use it as a rotation, right? You rotate into who gets to fundraise for this event or who gets to fundraise on this day or what. They would pick their days, right? You accommodate the times that, are ideal, where we see people at the park, as Councilmember mentioned. But then, right, you create a win-win where maybe you don't need all this staff. All you need is that. I think you said there's a supervisor that's still a food supervisor. What did you say?
We had a full-time supervisor overseeing it. She's no longer employed.
But you have a part-time.
We have one part-time.
We have one part-timer. Okay, so let's if we needed to bring in the whatever we need, right? We don't need this amount of staff, and we don't need to spend this money if, right, we use the snack bar to give our sports the opportunity to sell out of there, right? And granted, I know they will need to get a food handler's permit, which is not hard to do. Most of them already have permits because of whatever they do, right? And I think it's an opportunity, right? It's an opportunity for our clubs to fundraise. and for our snack bar to be open, and for it not to, for kids to not have to pay $6-7 for a burger, right? So that's one idea. Or the second idea was using it as a startup, kind of like combining what Montebello did, right? And again, and I'll go back to the city of Linwood. The city of Linwood has a space just like that at one of the parks that they leased out to a church that was running, well, not anymore, but they started a cafe at a park, right? It was a little space like that. It was a little cafe. So that's an option, right? Or the city of Montebello, what they did with the containers, right? Where they, I think they give any small business a certain amount of beers at a very low cost to run their business out of there. And then after a certain amount of years, have to move on, right? Maybe, we have a lot of members of this community who are taqueros or they're starting their businesses, right? Maybe we lease it to them to sell out of the snack bar. And then it's not really costing the city that much money, right? And we're putting money back in the pockets of our own community. So I think that these are just like wild ideas, and they're not all mine, right? They come from different members of our community, so I don't want to take full credit for these conversations that I've had with different people. But I think we can create different options or scenarios where maybe the city's not going to have to spend that much money, and the money is still going to remain in the pockets of our own community, whether it be our sports or families that are trying to start up their own businesses, right? I know that then you get into like health department stuff that that would be the cost that would be implemented on the city. But I think that we have the space, and I think we can create a win-win for everybody. But I do know that our traveling sports and the commerce spaces as well, they're always looking for ways to be able to fundraise. They've all come to me like, why can't we sell this? Why can't we sell that? So if we put them on some type of rotation where everybody picks a day, whether it be through a raffle or whatever, right? Whatever way you would decide to do it, that each of them gets the opportunity to sell out of our snack bar, and that money goes directly to them. I think we create a win-win for everybody. So those are just the ideas. I do like the idea of reopening our snack bar because, we have heard it from members of our community. They miss the chili cheese fries in the summer and the ice and the burgers. But I think, we have kind of a blank slate here where we can kind of reimagine what the snack bar can be. So those are just
Thank you.
May I say something really quick?
Go ahead.
With regards to her comments, I'm sorry, to Councilmember Rivera's comments. I think that that's a great idea that she's saying, but I feel that we still need an insurance policy. Do we have permits? Do we have rates and fees for that? Would they permit it out? We got to go back to all that.
That would be.
How do we do the expense? Who's going to be checking the money? How do we know what kind of money's coming in? Is there going to be money taken, and without our knowledge, who's going to be monitoring all that? So I think it's going to be a kind of a disaster a little bit. I think in the past, money was missing, so they stopped selling. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think that's why I just wanted you to bring the option back to us, and all that could be in the staff report as an option, because clubs are doing it anyway, right? Let's just give them the space to do it. And we did kind of, she brings up a good point, right? We did discuss like, okay, but then like, what about the money? So then we thought about creating, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't ask for the floor.
Oh, no, go ahead and,
Mr.
Rabbit, yeah, I got.
I completely apologize. I just realized I took the floor again.
It's okay. If you like to finish, go ahead, and then I'll
okay.
proceed.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I just realized I took the floor. We did discuss about creating like a, not what Hub Cities does, but kind of like a committee, right? Where each sport would be represented by let's say the Commerce Booster, right? They have a president. So each sport would have their president and their treasurer. So two people that would come to these meetings, and they would be in charge of, kind of billing people, the staff member and whatever, like with the financial report, right? Again, we don't regulate finances when it comes to senior center clubs, the booster club, right? So I don't think there's a liability to the city. I could be wrong, but I think that's why I would like for you to bring the report back and different options, right? And we can sit down and I can give more of the other ideas, right? Or the idea to be able to handle this situation. But I think, you know, we have very capable staff that can come up with a way, right, to figure out if this will work. And maybe it wouldn't work. And maybe she's right? Maybe it's too much of a liability. But I think it's fair to ask for the exploration of this option, just so that we can give our sports, our different sports, right, these opportunities to sell. Because I know we used to do it for like 4th of July and Cinco de Mayo, and that's not being done anymore because of whatever health department reasons, right? And those were big fundraising opportunities for them, and they don't have that anymore, right? And I think I know parents have approached me about fundraising. I don't know about anybody else, and you know, and we try as much as we can to help them, but you know, like they make good points, like they want to be able to fundraise, but we don't. And I think, you know, this would be a perfect. Those were just.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Argumedo.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to both for your comments related to this item. I think they're very relevant and good ideas. I particularly like your comments related to us being creative, looking at what other options there is. I think it's important, particularly when we look at the price tag that's involved with reinstating this program. It's pretty hefty. I mean, we're looking at close to $400,000 reoccurring cost, and that's not going to go away even if we implement it as a pilot program. Basically, it's not something that we can all of a sudden say, "Oh no, we change our mind." I don't think it'll work that way. It's not going to work that way for various reasons. But I won't get into that. What I'm hoping is that we look at other options. And, you know, I mean, some of us have been to other facilities, whether it's LA Fitness or one of the others. And usually not too far from those locations, there's usually a juice bar or one of these other places that offers, after you finish working out, you go have a healthier kind of juice or other options to eat, but they're a little bit more on the healthier side. And I think we should look at maybe bringing somebody in to actually run that place, see if first of all, let's see if they're open to the idea of coming and running 2 of these centers for us, working out a contract with them. It avoids all of the liability. It avoids all of the issues. They have to be, they do this and they have all of the permits that they need to be able to operate. They just need to work out a contract with us. And now, instead of spending money, hopefully through the sales of it, we would be generating money. But the other part of what I hear you saying, and I like it, is that we work it out where part of the money that's coming in from that, we then allocate it to the Community Benefits Fund for our sports program so that we can then support our organizations, the different clubs. And we do it equitably where everybody gets a little bit so that we're not it's just one club, because some of them are a little better than others are doing this. Now you don't have to worry about that. Now they're going to be getting some resources for each of the clubs. And I think, it could be as you stated, a win-win. And once again, now we're thinking out of the box, really, and looking at doing things a little bit differently. And, again, and I'm going to tell you, I represent our city on the Gaming Cities, and you've heard earlier that, right now the first city that's being sued as a result of the passage of SB 549 is Bell Gardens. So they will be more than likely, be dealing with some issues in the near future. And I believe that it's a trial balloon, that they're just going to see how this works out. And I would envision that basically you're going to see other cities next, and it will definitely have a negative impact on our revenues, each of us, as we move forward. Not only that, but a lot of these cities will have to spend a great deal of money defending, the lawsuits that we'll be looking at. So these are things that I see coming down the road. The other issue that we haven't addressed is going to be related, and we're going through some issues right now related to the fires that are going on throughout our region here. But bottom line is there's some costs that are going to be coming up that we're going to have to address in the future related to increased costs there. And so I would just be cautious. Isn't this part of why? It's not because I want to cut things. It's not because, but we need to be conscientious of that, because at the end of the day, we're going to be dealing with this in the very near future, and we'll be facing this. So it's just, but we can't stop. I mean, we've got to move forward. We've got to try to reinstate many of these different programs that we talked about, but we got to be practical, and we got to be a little bit more on the side of trying to do it in a manner that we can make it where it's affordable for us to continue providing the basic services here for our community. So those are my comments. I think it would be a great idea. We can maybe maybe bring this item back at a future meeting with more options for us to look.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Greg, thank you for the presentation. The Rosewood Park Snack Bar holds a very special place in my heart and stomach, right? So I really, when I saw this item come before me, just the title, I got really excited. But the reality is, and I'm echoing the same sentiments as my colleagues, we're talking about committing almost $400,000 worth of salaries, right? And I think an expenditure of this size should really be looked at in a larger context, right? And potentially in a budget review, right? Where we kind of have everything in front of us to really see if this is something that we can shoulder. There's still some programs and services that we need to bolster or still aren't offering, as we've been talking about tonight. And, I also think that maybe that money could potentially go to other departments, right? That could help our overall operation, right? I'm sure, library, code enforcement, public works, planning, all of our departments could use that, right? So, I like the ideas of, maybe thinking outside the box and maybe establishing some partnerships where we can maybe bring down that cost, but still offer that service and amenity to our community. But as presented, it's not something I can support, at least not now. The other question I have is, and maybe this had to do with cost, right? But in the staff report, we talked about reopening Rosewood Park Snack Bar. I know Bristow Park was open. Is there a reason why that was not included, at least as kind of like an option?
It's my understanding the recommendation was just to open up Rosewood.
Okay, because staffing-wise, I think it was very similar. I think there were maybe 2 part-time positions that were needed to run that operation, or at least that's how it was before.
It was 2 to 3 extra staff that would need to be hired.
Okay.
On top of what I recommend.
Okay. Yeah. I'm kind of in the same, wavelength, on the same wavelength as my colleagues here. Something that's exciting, but I think we need to find other ways to bring it back. So. Thank you, Mayor.
Can I have
Thank you, Mayor
take the
Pro
floor
Tem.
really quick
Go ahead.
with a comment? So I feel that the pilot program will work, because if we change the hours of operation on the weekends, with all the tournaments going on, we will make money. Also, we're not. I'm not sure. I'm going to ask you: do we have rates and fees established so that we can rent out the location that they're talking about?
I have not seen anything in regards to the snack bar in terms of rental fees.
So that's that.
There was some discussion with the past administration to sublease it to a potential juice bar or coffee bar.
So how much money will we bring in with that?
But that was very minimal. Excuse me?
Will we have any revenue coming in if we would rent it out?
We probably have to research that, but essentially, if we lease it out to somebody or a company, there would be revenue coming in.
But we're not prepared for it because we don't have the rates and fees.
Right now, we do not.
And insurance policies, we don't have that ready either.
They would have to provide that to the city.
Right. Okay, so I feel that the reopening of the snack bar, we could make money. We change the schedule.
Potentially, yes.
Yes. So I like to motion to see if we can reopen the snack bar with the change of hours.
Is there a second on that motion?
Not everyone jump at once.
So I suggest that city staff just take it back with everybody's input, study it, take a look at the different options that we spoke about here, and then if needed, you can have meetings, Q1s, just to hear some more ideas and see what it's going to cost to either lease it, to have our organizations use it for fundraising during the hours when we have tournaments or practice and things of that nature. That way we come up with different options and see what we can do and provide food to the community. You guys good with that?
Yeah, no, I don't think any of us are saying no. I think what we're saying is bring back what Councilwoman is saying, like a pilot program, like the different options, right? At least for me, I'm not saying no, right? We're just saying, like, you ask questions about the lease fees and all that come back to us with all those answers, and then we can make a better informed decision. And maybe it goes back to, yeah, maybe we do want to open it this way, or maybe it's going to go, right? I think today we're just saying, we're not saying no, we're just saying, just bring back information, give us more options, and then, then we'll make a better informed decision. At least that's what it is for me. It's not a no, it's just, I think we should do more options.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and give it to staff and allow you guys to work with it, and then you report back to us or the city manager. Then we'll decide what to put on the agenda. That sound fair? Okay, perfect. Okay, and then we'll move on to item number 8, which is the Independence Day Carnival and selection of the date for the event. Who's going to be speaking on that?
That would be me again.
All right.
Let's take a break.
All right.
No problem. So moving on, as the report indicates, this is to request additional funding for a carnival to celebrate the 65th birthday. In addition to that, let me go back. The additional funding would be $45,000 for the carnival to come in for a 3-day carnival, and to select a date. So a little history. Prior to COVID, 4th of July was celebrated on 4th of July here. After COVID, we made a change that the 4th of July program would be rebranded to Independence Day, which would be the Saturday prior to 4th of July, and I believe it's been the last 3 years. And so at this time, what I'd like is to have some dialogue and give you a little information in regards to our pyrotechnician companies that we're trying to work with. And I will tell you, we've been trying to work with a pyrotechnician company that we've used in the past since August. So just as some history, so the company that we currently use cannot provide services on the 4th of July this year. They are already booked. However, they are available the week before or even the day after. However, we also looked into another company called FX America, another pyro company. They cannot supply a pyrotechnician for that particular day for us if we would host it on July 4th. And we also reached out to another company called the Dancing Company that provides fireworks as well. So this is, unfortunate because it's my understanding that most of the city council wanted to host the program on the 4th. However, we're still reaching out to one more company that we have yet to hear from to see if they're able to provide services for us on July 4th this year. So that is the report. Be happy to answer any questions that you may have. We can still hope and wish that perhaps things change. The company that we've used in the past, they are down technicians. These individuals that shoot off the fireworks are certified, and they've they do go through classes, etc. And they're just unable to provide somebody this year. Again, the majority of these companies can provide program the Saturday before. And again, we do have one more inquiry out to another company. We need to hear back to see
So just to be clear, if the program remains on the Saturday before, there's companies that could do the performance. We're still seeking to move it to the 4th if we can find a company that could do it, right? Either way, there have been discussions because of the 65th anniversary of the city to do a weekend carnival. So that remains an issue. In other words, if the city council wishes to do that for the event, whether it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday of the Saturday before, or as presented in the staff report, if we can move it to July 4th, either way. So there's only really one decision for you to make tonight, is whether or not to approve the monies to hold carnival for the entire weekend this year in celebration of the 65th birthday. We will still strive to do it on the 4th, and the real issue is just, can we find somebody that can do it, somebody that can do it safely and has got all the proper certifications, right? Otherwise, we'll move forward with the Saturday before, right? But either way, the reason this item is before you tonight is for consideration of extending the carnival rides beyond the day of. It'll be all weekend in recognition of our birthday.
Now, in the past, Ernie, it wasn't like a special thing because it's birthday, right? We extended our carnival. But with the dates here, which on Fridays the 4th, what used to happen was on July 3rd, on Thursday, the carnival started for the residents only. Then we had the carnival on Friday and then on Saturday. And I can't remember if it extended to Sunday or if they started to break down Sunday. But I would like to see something like that. And I'm not sure.
So we could do with that premise, right? And let's just assume that it's going to be Saturday, right? Because as Greg said, it may not even be possible on the 4th. But let's assume it's Saturday as kind of was originally planned. We can make Friday for just the residents, right? Saturday normal and Sunday normal. But it's 100% your discretion. But again, I appreciate the history of some of these events because I don't know. But if that's the model you wanted to follow, we can certainly still do that. I believe the cost is relatively about the same. But for the sake of your consideration tonight, we have to assume that it's going to be the Saturday before.
Mm-hmm. And I think that having residents only on Friday on the 4th could potentially be a problem because we're going to be getting an influx of people coming in to enjoy the carnival, and then it's not going to happen.
No, it would be before the 4th.
It would be the week before.
Oh. Yeah,
he's talking about.
And that's what was an issue. I don't know how many years. I think maybe 2 years. I don't know how many years already we've had it not on 4th of July, and the residents are complaining. I don't want to have it the week before. I don't know how my colleagues feel. I'd rather have it that weekend. Potentially start Thursday for the residents. Friday, it's open to everybody. I don't know if we're going to be able to do the fireworks on the 4th. Potentially this year, worst case scenario, it happens on the 5th. But moving forward, let's have it the way we've always had it, on the 4th. So
yeah, that is, I think the fact that we're even looking at a different date was in response to the council's desire to go back to the 4th, right? So I think it's very clear for 26 and beyond, right? But I just want to plan for what we know right now, which is we know it would be the Saturday before, which is almost a week. So, I mean, understand that. I get the reservations by the city council.
And Ernie, I don't know where the breakdown in communication is, but I'm pretty sure last year we said no more. Moving forward, it's on the 4th. So I don't know where the breakdown in communication is. There's been a whole lot that's happened here in our city. I know we're getting back on our feet. I personally would like to see it the week of the 4th, starting Thursday. Potentially, if they either break down Sunday or they last till Sunday, the carnival. But if we can get fireworks on the 4th, that would be amazing. But if it's going to be on the 5th, let it be the last time we ever do that. I don't know how much.
Let me just, what is the current plan?
The current plan right now is the weekend before. However, we can make adjustments for instance, the carnival, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th with a fireworks show on. We could make those adjustments.
So the issue is the 4th. So if the council wanted to change it from the Saturday before to either the 5th, right? We're striving for the 4th. And I 100% look, as you stated, Mayor, that's a very accurate statement. A whole lot's happened in the city in the last 12 months. And clearly, if you said it from the dais that you wanted it on the 4th, it should have been on the 4th. Unfortunately, due to these companies are so, strapped on the day of the event, that if you don't book them a year in advance, it's hard to get them, right? So I think what we want to do, what you, I think, are considering is finding the best way to celebrate Independence Day, right? But I can guarantee you, moving forward, it's going to be on the 4th.
Mm-hmm. Are you guys okay with having the carnival on the 3rd through either? You're saying 3 days, so you're calling it to the 5th, not the 6th.
It's your discretion. This is for 3 days. You could do 2 days. You could do. We have budgeted 1, but if you want to add 2 more days, basically that's what's before you.
And what day would be just for the residents? I thought we had discussed that.
Normally, it would open up like Thursday evening just for the residents. You remember that?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I would like to see it open Thursday for just the residents. If we had it our way, then Friday.
Okay.
It looks like it's a nice weekend. It goes all the way to Sunday. So if we can have the community enjoy the carnival till Sunday, that would be amazing. Thursday evening, so Sunday.
A quick comment. Maybe we can book it for next year already, 4th of July. Fireworks.
We're already trying to take care of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, behind the scenes.
And in hopes that we're able to get the fireworks on the 4th. And if not, are you guys okay with the 5th?
Do we have an option to something else?
Well, it's either the 5th or
Friday?
the Saturday
No,
before.
I meant do the fireworks on Saturday and then do something else on Friday, like I don't know. I know this is crazy, but Bell Gardens was like a laser show. I know we're having a drone show already for the city birthday, but maybe a drone show and then Saturday. And I know it's more of an expense, but since someone clearly dropped the ball because we've been saying we needed 4th of July on 4th of July, I don't know if that's an option. I know it's a lot more money, but maybe something for 4th of July and then the fireworks on Friday. That would, we could celebrate the city birthday with the fireworks. I'm just throwing an option out there as it relates to what we can do or what we want to.
So let me lay out some options, okay? So on the date of, and then we'll talk about where the carnival fits in, because I want to get the dates from when you actually make a decision on this. I want to be clear about the dates. So option number 1 is leave it as is, which is a Saturday before the holiday, which is it's 6 days. It's almost a week entire, right? Option 2, which some cities do, is they have it on July 3rd, right, which would be a Thursday, the day of the carnival for the residents. We do it on July 3rd. I'm pretty sure we can get it on July 3rd. Now, some cities do that so that families can celebrate the 4th with their family, right? And that's their position. Or we can do it on the 5th, which would be Saturday, right? Which would be the 3rd day of the carnival. So Saturday before, which is the 29th of June, July 3rd or July 5th. And then we'll adjust the carnival based on what you want to do there.
Yeah, I think that we should probably stop talking about the week before. Just toss that.
That's out.
Just forget that. If I had one of these, like, what is it, the Will Smith thing that goes, and you forget about it. Just forget. Let's talk about the week of the 4th of July. That's it. Let's focus on that.
So then your option is we do the carnival for the residents on Thursday the 3rd. We do the fireworks show that evening on Thursday the 3rd. And we leave the carnival for the rest of the weekend.
I think we would do the fireworks on the 5th because people are going to come from other cities. And if they're not going to, we have residents night that night, and then it's going to create an issue.
So July 5th is a Saturday, so that works fine. So I'm just describing the two options, so we're very clear.
Yeah.
So then option number 2 would be, we do Thursday for residents only carnival.
Yeah.
Then we have a carnival the rest of the weekend,
Uh-huh.
right? But on the 5th, we do the fireworks show.
Yes.
This may be not, it came up earlier, and I just want to dovetail off of it. We brought up the drone show. Are they in the same situation with scheduling for the 4th?
The company that we're using, yes, they actually told us when we postponed it, they said, just to let you know, there's 2 dates, and one was the 4th of July. I can't remember the other one, but they absolutely said 4th of July.
But what if we
They're
did?
they're unavailable. Pardon me? Yeah, that's what I was
think that's
thinking.
where you're going, sir.
That's what I'm thinking here. So, let's say we try to get the Thursday, the community comes out and enjoys the drone show. It'll draw a lot of folks here too, which could most definitely make it, where we can, a lot of tickets. And then we do on Saturday, we do the 4th of July, the fireworks.
So, Mayor and members of City Council, let me suggest that we bring this item back next meeting and have these concrete dates. And that way we know that the drone show is able to supplement the fireworks show. We know that we have a firework company for July 5th. We know all this, and you're making this an informed decision. I think we can get that by next meeting.
But can you, if everybody's okay, please lock in some dates? In other words, we don't want to wait, a week or 2 weeks, and then somebody else has already booked it.
So without complicating things even more,
Like
would you
lock
prefer
in the carnival for sure.
Yeah, you put the carnival's for sure. The fireworks show on the 5th is for sure. The drone show on either on whatever date's available. I think what the mayor or Councilmember Argumedo is suggesting is that if we can get him on one of those other dates, just lock him in. And if the council's okay with that, we'll do that and bring him back next meeting.
No, I think my suggestion was lock in something else for the 4th,
Drone show.
not
not the
not
drone
the
show.
3rd, right? So we could have something for the 4th of July.
Laser show you had mentioned.
There's also, like, Bell Gardens does a laser show. I mean, let's face it, guys, the reality is we're kind of late to the game. I don't know that we're going to lock anything in for 4th of July, but we need to try.
Right. So let's make a decision now with the carnival for sure, Thursday to Sunday. All right. And the drone show on the 4th, that's out of the picture, right? I mean, and plus that's a bad idea. People will shoot them down with fireworks. So
Yeah.
so
Didn't even
the
think of that.
5th,
You're right.
yeah. So the 5th, if possible, we'll do the firework show on the 5th.
I think we can guarantee that.
Okay. Let's move on that.
So, and shoot for the drone show on the 3rd.
Okay, but to be clear, yeah, no drone show?
No drone
No drone show.
No.
No drone show?
So we have a drone show.
Yeah.
We're going to reschedule, change it.
Yes.
That's what Councilmember Argumedo, yeah. So we have it, we, think about it like this, we are owed a drone show. We can incorporate the owed drone show into either Thursday the 3rd or Sunday the 6th. But I think to the councilmember's point, whatever we can do, we should lock in.
Third?
I'd like to just reconfirm, with the drone company
Yeah.
to ensure that they are available on the 3rd.
Okay.
Choice.
The 3rd or the 6th Sunday.
Yeah.
Those are the only two options.
Okay, we're clear on that, and we're clear that moving forward, next year and the next 50 years is on July 4th.
We're clear as mud, sir.
Okay.
We got it.
We have Councilmember Linez that had a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you, Greg, for that. I don't want to lose focus here. And, I think having, two things, right? Repurposing the drone show that's supposed to be kind of like the main event for our city birthday now to the 4th of July weekend just seems like we're selling ourselves a little short. I like the idea of having a draw, but really we're reducing something that we've already planned for, right? Something that's already been postponed once, and now we're talking about potentially postponing again. And so that's the first thing. The second thing is, I'm hearing that you've contacted 2-3 pyro companies. Am I correct in that?
Yes, 3.
Okay. I mean, why not 4? Why not 5? I mean,
We've
The
gotten
space really just that
responses.
limited? Or?
Yeah, we've gotten responses from, we've reached out to 4. We've gotten responses from 3. We're waiting for the 4th response.
Why not keep reaching out to more and more?
We're trying to research to try to find companies. My two top companies I feel very comfortable with. I've actually worked with them in the past. And so now we're going down the chain, and I just want to be sure these companies that we reach out are able to accommodate us. I do have some concerns with trees here that I'm very concerned about, and the company that we've worked with in the past has been very, has worked with us.
I mean, have we tried communicating with other cities to see which pyro companies they use? Because other cities do not do it on the 4th, right? You know, but that's something that we're trying to do here.
Good question. I did actually reach out to about 13 cities about 2 months ago, and the top 2 companies that I've reached out to, they utilize just those 2.
Okay. So, I mean, listen, I really want it on the 4th. We all do, right? And I just don't want to lose focus on that. If the consolation prize is the 5th, right? I'm okay with that, but you know, to support a 3-day carnival or a 4-day, right? 3.5 day, 4. Are we increasing the amount of mechanical rides that we're having? Because, you know, in order to sustain like a good and fun carnival throughout that length, I think we need rides that cater to like every age group. And I know last year we had a couple of mechanical rides, right? But they weren't really catering to every age group. And I just want to make sure that we have something for everybody.
To answer your question, yes.
Okay. Would we be able to review like a roster of rides or really understand what we're bringing in here?
Yeah, we can get that from the company.
We can add that to, when we bring this item back, add a listing of what's going to be included.
Okay. Then those are my comments, Mayor.
And we have the carnival rides locked in.
We will tomorrow.
We will tomorrow. Okay.
We have a company that we've worked with in the past, and we've contacted them. They said they're available, but we couldn't commit until.
So we had them committed to the day of.
Okay.
But okay,
They're
so
available.
Mayor, is there other comments before I?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to be clear because Councilmember Lainez was not in favor of shifting the drone show to kick off this event. So I just need to know from a direction standpoint where we are at.
Yeah, that's fine. He suggested we keep it in March, correct? But yeah, let's in May. In May, let's keep it in May. It's fine.
Okay,
it's fine.
That's good.
And if we can be supportive and help you find some companies that, I mean, we can make some calls as well. I mean, I know people. I'm sure you guys know people, right? Yeah, but there's people out of state as well. It's just not California. They're all over the United States.
Yeah, the 2 companies we've reached out, they're United statewide too. The 2 that we looked into.
All right. Well, I hope it's on the 4th. If not, I'm sure this year we'll settle with the 5th. Right? It's better than nothing. It is what it is. No.
Okay, so you'll see a upcoming agenda item approving the contract for July 5th.
Okay.
Okay, and in that staff report, you will see details that you asked for tonight.
All right, perfect. Is there any action then that you need from us here? You got clear direction then? Okay, perfect. You guys are good? Okay, we're good. All right, then. So we're going to be moving over to item number 9, which is organizational assignments for council members. And I didn't speak to everybody. Go to the rest. I didn't speak to everybody, but it just seems like everybody wants to keep their positions. If everybody is okay with that, we'll go ahead and just keep it basically as is. I think the only change was going to be sanitation's district. They put me the main, or what is it called, the person, then Argumento can stay as the alternative. Are you guys okay with that? Or is there any changes that you guys wanted to make?
I'd like to stay on there as the alternate. Yeah.
You're okay with the alternate? Okay.
Sure.
And Councilwoman Oralia on the way out said, please keep her the same. So I think everybody wants to maintain
The alternate
what they
for
have.
what? I'm sorry. The alternate for what?
He's
Sand
for
district.
sanitation's district.
I'd like to be the alternate for the sanitation too.
What was that?
I would like to chance for the alternate for the sanitation.
It would be great if you'd like to do that, but it is during working hours, so just so you know.
What time?
1:30?
1:30 meetings.
Oh, it's on there.
On Wednesdays, every other Wednesday. If you'd like to, I don't mind.
I can't.
Yeah,
Thank you for the.
Okay. All right. So let's just keep it then as is and as Councilmember Argumedo as the alternate. We're okay with that? Okay, perfect.
I think you can, because some of these may require validation, so maybe you just make a motion to basically keep everybody in the same positions.
Okay, I'll make a motion to keep everybody in the same position.
I would second that.
What, 1 second, except for the sanitation.
Except for the sanitation district, Argumedo will be the alternative.
And the mayor being
I will be the primary. Okay, is there a motion? I motion, is there a second?
I second that. That's correct.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none, motion passes. Okay. We're now moving on to item number 10, the review of commission functions and consideration of consolidating Education Commission with Library Commission and Community Services Commission with Traffic Commission. Who's going to report on that?
Mr. Mayor, so I'll start with saying that we have currently 9 commissions that have to follow Brown Act and the posting of the agenda, minutes, and so forth. We also have Measure A Advisory Committee and Project Steering Committees that wasn't active while we didn't have the Miss Commerce. So about a year and a half ago, both Education and Library Commission decided to have a joint meetings. And every meeting that they had, at that point, they had 10 members of the committee. And there were some technical issues came up with them being jointly, even they have like similar agendas, Education and Library, by themselves. It wasn't anybody's recommendation, decided to combine. However, for the quorum and chairman and vice chairman, there were questions coming up for the Brown Act. What if 2 people like from one commission show up? Do we ask them to leave or do they stay? So at this point, we allow them to continue as is. And these 2 commissions also lost most of the members within last year. So they lost 5 members for non-attendance issues because our resolution states should the council, one of the commissioners miss 3 meetings, they automatically getting off the commission. We do have a process to inform commissioners when they miss the 2nd meeting that the 3rd one will be the automatic termination. There is a provision, of course, the council can reappoint commissioners. However, it was like within last 2 or 3 months of last year, we lost 5 commissioners. And either way, should the council choose to keep both commissions, if they can want to continue meeting together as 10 members, which is a little bit complicated to also coordinate meetings with 10 members, we do need to change resolution so they can at least have mutual 10-member committee meetings, but that would allow easier communication with the quorums, because at this point they're not technically following the quorum all the time. And if 5 or 6, like I said, like we can have a meeting. So recommendation to combine them, and currently there is 3 vacancies still on this commission. And should the council decide to consolidate to 5 members, the existing members can continue going, and by attrition, it will go to 1 member per council member, going back to 5. So I would recommend doing that option because over time, like within a year, I think it will go back to the 5 members. Or even if you decide to keep 10 members, we still need to change resolution just so they can have 1 chair and vice chair, and it will be easier with the quorum. The second recommendation is a Traffic and Community Services Commission consolidation. Well, it could be mentioned that not every city has a traffic commission and not every city has a public safety commission. I brought it up earlier before with the Community Services Commission. That was a more function for that commission because they had social services, they had public safety when we had a community services department. So analysis of the last year's Community Services Commission mostly It's more update about neighborhood watch, sheriff's update, and catalytic converter update, and like all of the events. They don't really brought during the whole year any recommendations to the council or anything else. So if you see those analysis, and then also traffic commission gets the sheriff's update. As you've heard, like there were 5 cancellations out of the 12 meetings, even after we came back from COVID. And canceled for the lack of items, and that I would say that certain items relate, and there is, each commission has like duties to do what they're responsible. So even if the members sometimes request certain items, they don't fall under their commissions. Just I can't say too much about their responsibilities, but I would recommend to combine those 2 commissions again by attrition, and it just increases the number of items they can discuss. And if I know in the past we had a public safety manager, deputy sheriff going to traffic commission and providing an update. And then they're also like, I mean, of course, public safety stuff doesn't go, but they're now in a public safety commission or community services commission. So that will give like more options for this commission should they combine to discuss traffic related issues and public safety issues. So my recommendation is to combine, because it's easier also for the staff to coordinate, especially with the library and education commission when you have so many members. So I'm available for questions.
Any questions? And/or comments? Yeah.
I have some comments.
Okay, go ahead.
Mayor. So, it's our city's birthday today, and, on a day where we're celebrating the result of strong public civic engagement, this seems off to me. We heard some commissioners speak today, and, when I speak to my commissioners, we have some commissioners that want to do more. They want to do more, and we're responding by saying that we need less of them. That's the way I'm hearing it. And yeah, meetings have been canceled, but I think, we should really challenge ourselves to have meetings even when there's a lack of city business, because, that could provide a forum to receive some commissioner input. And so maybe we need to be a little bit more proactive and find opportunities where they could really make an impact. And I don't feel comfortable reducing or consolidating the commissions personally. I think it's when somebody is willing to dedicate their time, right, and step in, to serve our city, I think it's something that we should really encourage. And listen, I know some commissioners have missed meetings, but I think there's a sense of disillusion with them sometimes, because they get so many meetings canceled, and they're a little bit discouraged, right? So I think, we need to kind of look inward and really see, are we the cause of that result, right? And if so, how can we remedy that before going into consolidating the commission? That's the way I feel, but I don't support this.
Councilmember Guerrero.
Thank you, Mayor. And I concur with my colleagues' comments. I don't think that we should reduce it. We should keep it as is, but I would definitely support the changes related to maybe where there's redundancy, which seems to be redundancy, although I don't think they do different things, each of those commissions, but where you can and meet together, I think that's a good idea. It reduces the amount of staff time that you do need to be at those meetings, and you can have the meetings jointly. I know we've done that in the past where the council has had a joint meeting with your planning commission. We've done that in the past, but I'm not recommending that, by the way, but I'm just saying that we've had that in the past. I forget the items that we had before, as it was an item for both of us, and it was just convenient for both of us to be at the same meeting. But anyways, what I would recommend is exactly what you stated, Lena, and that was combining those meetings and making the appropriate changes, so that I believe there's two commissions or maybe four commissions where you could potentially do that. And that would help reduce the amount of meetings that you're having. And I concur with the comments made related to not having those meetings that were shared by our those that spoke up during public comment. We've heard a lot about meetings not being held, not being notified. They make requests and somehow it's not being filtered. So in those cases, I know I will talk to my commissioners specifically, and I will recommend that if they make a request, I want them to copy me on it. You know, I'll make sure that they copy me on it, and you know, if it doesn't get taken care of, then you know, I definitely, then it's my fault for not staying on top of it too. That it's not being taken care of. So, but anyways, I definitely would concur that we should leave it the same, with the exception of the recommendations you made, where you can consolidate and have meetings jointly. That I support that.
And really quick, I'll move on to Councilwoman Reboyo now. But my question is, so if two merge together, that has 10 commissioners now. So if there's a vote, do they all vote together? Because then it could be a deadlock, right? I mean, it's if it's not an odd number.
Mayor, the way I'm understanding this is to have a joint meeting, but you would take the votes separately, and they would have separate, one commission would vote yes, potentially the other no, but they would still have separate jurisdictions, separate votes, so you wouldn't get locked up at 10.
Okay,
Uneven.
but like the education and library, is that the same? Who runs those meetings? Sonia, would you just like to inform us on education and library, so that way we're informed, at least that commission? I mean, it's...
Hello, good evening. Yes, so we started joining because the agenda items were exactly the same. So as the attorney stated, they voted differently, so they wouldn't be a lockup. So the Education Commission would vote on something, and then the library would vote on something else, so they were separate. It came to a point, though, and that was where the recommendation that there was a total of 5 by the end of December that were not coming. So because, as she said, after 3 absences, then they are, dismissed, but they can be reinstated. So currently we only have, right now we have 7. So I believe there's 4 on one and 3 on the other. So that was the reason to kind of consolidate them, because the agendas are exactly the same. So if I do present something to the Library Commission, I present the same thing to the Education Commission. So that was the reason to combine them. But if, you say that if they remain the 10, it would still be voting on one and then the other one votes.
Yeah, so that's kind of weird to me. It doesn't make sense. If they're both the same agenda, I don't know. Let's think about that. But Councilwoman Reboyo?
Yeah, no, thank you. I've attended some of your joint meetings, and because I wanted to understand, right, I speak to my commissioner all the time, and I wanted to understand why they're being combined. And I do see, right, that the Library Commission and the Education Commission, they do the same thing. But I also agree with Councilmember Lainez and, with Vice Mayor Lainez and Councilmember Acevedo. I was like, well, I don't think I want to reduce the commissions, right? So in my mind, I thought, like, well, what can we do, right? And I know I've mentioned this in the past, but for consideration, and obviously we don't have to do it now because we need to research it. But what if we combine those 2 commissions, right, without removing a commission? And there are a lot of environmental issues, right, that have come before us. So maybe instead of a library commission, or instead of an education commission, right, it gets combined into like a sustainability environmental commission, right, or commission on environmental issues, right. Those are things that are impacting our community, and it could be the way the special needs commission is, right, where it's at large, where the community votes, where the community applies for it, and not each council member appoint. Or it could be where we each appoint a member of the community who has the environmental knowledge to sit on these commissions, right? And then they would work closely with the planning commission, right? With the planning department, right? On environmental issues, and maybe not just planning, right? Just environmental issues as well. I don't know. It was just an idea that I had, because I thought, like, it is true that you're presenting the same agendas to both commissions, but both commissions are important, right? They're important to this community. But then it was okay, but I don't want us to reduce the number of commissions. So can we create maybe a beautification commission? You know, before there used to be a beautification committee. So we don't want to do environmental commission. Maybe it'll be bringing back the beautification committee and making it a commission, and giving back those the things that the beautification committee used to do back when I was an employee. You know what I mean? So I think those are things for us to consider. I don't want us to not have the commissions. So I agree with that, but I also see the point of they do the same thing. So what can we do, right? But I like how they've been combined. You know, I sat in one of those meetings. So those are just my comments.
Could I do a follow-up, Mayor?
Yes, of course.
Since you were at the meeting, did you find the meeting confusing? Did it run smoothly? Was there any issues?
No, it actually ran smoothly, but to be honest, there was only 5 commissioners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, I think there was.
So you had 2 separate agendas. One commission, they would both get called into order?
No, it was one agenda. If I remember correctly, I read one agenda. I was presented with one agenda, and it had all the agenda items on there.
Okay.
So it wasn't 2 different agendas. But I noticed, I was like, hey, because I didn't realize it, right? I'm like, what is my education commissioner doing here with my library? Right? Like, oh, it's with my commission. But I didn't know that that's what they were doing. So after I asked them, like, hey, we've been doing this, that, and I was like, oh, okay. But that day, I mean, it seemed to work. It seemed to run smoothly.
Okay.
And I recognized that it was the same item. So
Yeah. No, thank you. I'm just asking because you did attend, and I'm just trying to get feedback as to how things went. But the way I would envision it is basically you obviously still have 2 commissions. We call 2 of our meetings in order. We have successor agency, and we have, the city council meeting. And technically, when we call it to order, we call both meetings to order. And the only difference is that we have, just 5 of us sitting on both of them, right? But in this case, you would have calling 2 meetings to order, and you would have, you could have potentially combined agendas or separate agendas, and you would cover the agendas depending on the commission that is responding when it comes to a vote. I would say, hey, now the Education Commission, this item's for the Education Commission. I don't know, that's something that could be, I think, worked out via staff and done that, but it would reduce the amount of meetings that you would have, I think. You could do that, and you can still, I think it would even foster additional, input and stuff from the others that are there. It would foster additional dialogue and communication.
Okay. Or if we decided to keep the Education Commission, maybe if we can all think about, like, giving them also, like, the library or the education, right? Giving them like an added something else, an added component where if it's now 2 different, keeping it as 2 different commissions, but like, I don't know, what I'm thinking is like education and beautification, right? So now they're different from the library commission, and we don't run into that, well, now let's combine it because it's not, and it just came to me in my head, right? Maybe we give them an added something to make them a little, and it's not redundant in the agenda items that we've seen on both commissions. But again, if we decided to keep it the same and combine them, it looked like it worked and it was running smoothly. So, but I do think we can get creative and think about maybe, bringing in a different commission or creating a different commission so that, our people in our community don't lose that opportunity to serve on a commission, if that's the route we're going to go. That was my
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia, did you have a question?
Just a quick question. Lena, did you mention that we do not have a community service commission? Is that what you said?
No, we do have it, and it's called Community Services Commission still because it's created by resolution. Everybody is used to call it Public Safety Commission, but officially it's still a Community Services Commission.
And who runs that?
Public Safety Manager at that time.
Okay.
We don't have right now.
All right, thank you.
Okay, do you guys want to keep it the same? Have them have the meetings for now?
Those that
Toge-
can.
Together, okay, and we'll
Sorry, what was your question, Mayor? I apologize.
if you guys want to keep it the way it is and
Oh,
have them merged together?
I definitely don't want to merge public safety, community services, and traffic. I think they need to stay their own separate commissions. But I will say, we really need to stop canceling meetings because I've heard it for, and you know, we had my commissioner come up and comment, and I think that sometimes like our staff just really needs to take some considerations to heart, and there's always going to be something to talk about. And for a meeting to be canceled back to back for 2 months because there's nothing to talk about when we have, you know, residential streets getting paved, when we have parks, you know, getting work done by public, like there's always going to be something to talk about. So I think all of us have said it, like we do not want to see any more meetings canceled. That was it. Thank you.
Okay, so then traffic and community services is staying separate. Education and library, they're going to stay together, but potentially we're going to add more responsibility with them, right? So they can have a more broad meeting, maybe make more decisions. And it's just a thought. I'm not saying make a decision right now, but in that, like if we add something else, like a beautification or environment, like you said, they can all make the decisions together, but then you would have to add like one more commissioner, so maybe 11, right? So it could be an odd number. Just keep that in mind. For now, if you want to keep them together to keep operating and see what issues we run into, I'm okay with that. You guys okay with that?
You mean keep it as is, right? And then just,
Yeah. And in the future, if you guys have ideas that you want to add more responsibility to those two.
I think for the sake of time, maybe we bring just that commission back to conversation. Maybe we have one-to-one conversations. I mean, I hear you loud and clear. We want to keep them as is, so maybe we keep them as is. But we start really having conversations of like potentially maybe merging them. I just think for sake of time, right? We're here on the days having this conversation, but maybe we should have it with staff or with the city manager. But I think what I'm seeing is keep it as is with a conversation, with a caveat that we're going to have a conversation about the education in the library.
Okay. That sounds good. And we'll have a conversation with the city manager. But traffic and community services, to be clear, is separated.
Yeah, I don't want to combine them.
They're separated.
And I think we're saying that we don't want to, as of right now,
We're not combining any
education or
commissions.
library either.
I think what I'm hearing is we're not combining any commissions. However, I think for now, the Library and Education Commission are having joint meetings, and I think that continues, right? So ultimately, we're talking about keeping things status quo.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now, because this is an item on the agenda, I imagine that we have to make a motion, right?
So there's no change, so there's no change. You don't have to do anything.
Okay.
Yeah, no motion is required if there's no action taken.
Okay.
Perfect. And then in the near future, then council members will sit down with the city manager and have discussions and potentially, and figure things out.
I'll let him know.
Okay. All right. Let him know, please. Or we could get a hold of him. We have his phone number. Okay, perfect.
You guys' number?
I think. I mean, I
Okay.
don't know. He never
All right.
answers my calls. But,
Sounds right.
okay, so then we're done with item 11, and now we're going to go to city and council reports. So,
Mr. Mayor, we have the commission appointments too, next item.
did I skip that?
So this is a follow-up
Can we-
item since we left the previous item status quo. And this is an annual appointment for the next year. So this is opportunity to fill vacancies. I know that Councilmember Linares have vacancy. You, Mayor, have 2 vacancies, both on education and library. And also like appoint or reappoint people, or you can make any changes at this point for your commissioners.
Okay. Do you have someone you want to appoint?
I do. I'll keep everybody the same, but I would like to appoint Jason Gardea Stinnett to the Education Commission.
Mine stay the same.
Okay.
Mine will remain the same for the time being. I just rejected one of my commissioners' resignation. And I said, this community needs you and I will not accept it. So, but I will address her issues and we're going to make things better. And for that, I will be meeting with our city manager and, see if we can hopefully rectify some of those issues. Thank you.
And Councilmember, you have a vacancy on the Youth Commission. Councilmember Argumeda. Your Youth Commissioner
yes.
resigned too, like.
Correct. And I will continue that item. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So, anybody else?
Mine remain the same.
Councilwoman DeBoyo, remain the same? Okay. I'll keep mine the same, and the next council meeting, I have two of them, you said, correct?
Education and library.
Okay. By next week, I'll make a decision, or the next meeting. Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to city council reports. Councilmember?
For the sake of time, I'm going to just pass on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
No report at this time, but thank you, everybody.
Okay. Councilwoman Garcia?
I just want to say two things. One, for the manager, if you could look into the sliding doors at the auditorium. They're having issues where people are just walking through the sliding doors. They used to have bushes there, so that can create some kind of safety hazard. And second, I want to thank Steve Campos and Natalie. Natalie? Okay, I don't know her last name. Sorry, Natalie, but I want to thank them for finding my keys in the park. It was raining out there, and I called them to see if they could find my keys, and they went out there in the rain, and they found them. So thank you, guys. That concludes my comments report.
Councilwoman DeBoyo?
I'll remind the community we are collecting cards for there is the elderly who's now living here in our community with daughters. Community, and they lost home to the fires and community house. And lost Montello, the Congress of Wednesday, most
Sorry.
Is it?
I guess sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, and yeah.
Who saw my post and took it upon himself. He reached out to me. I connected already with him. The Lions services, but also they which $100. He was able to buy one major more. So if any member of the community wants to donate gift cards, we want them to come to tomorrow. And thank you to the members of this community and all of our staff. Employees that have really quite family. So again, we would like to because we still only need 9 on that working in the homes. You're trying to get they do not follow FEMA. They're not. You only have they are and much and
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of announcements. There's a Metro meeting tomorrow at the Senior Center at 6 p.m. to provide information on the East Side Transit Corridor, or the Gold Line stop that's proposed to go behind the Citadel. And they're going to talk about the final environmental impact report, the work conducted to date, and just have a Q&A session and just talk about next steps, right? Like what that project looks like. Personally, I'm hoping we can better understand how our funding outlook looks, and also what type of safety plan there is from Metro in order to ensure that our destination, right, the Citadel, is protected, right? So those are some of the things that, I'll be inquiring about, but I'll be at the meeting and I hope to see some of the community there. One other announcement I wanted to make is, as you know, I'm a representative on the Gateway Cities Council of Governments, and one of the things that was recently approved by the state was the Fiber Optic Network Initiative. And what it does is, well, first off, Gateway Cities Council of Governments it advocates for 27 cities in LA County along the Gateway. And what this initiative is doing, it's connecting 25 city halls with fiber optic lines at no cost, right, for the construction. And Commerce is part of that. It's a project that must be completed by the end of 2026. So our staff is going to be pretty busy making sure that it gets enacted. But overall, it's a good thing for the community, and it's being managed by state agencies, and it's fully funded. So the money is there and they're moving forward. One of the things I'd like to talk to our staff about and the city manager is how we can maybe start reaching out to service providers to kind of take advantage of this so that we can offer more fiber optic service to our residents, right, to our community, right? Not just our residents, but also our business stakeholders, which would really benefit from something like that. So I think more to come, but that's something that's already underway. And again, it's got to be done by the end of 2026. So I know some people are going to have their hands full. That's pretty much it. I do want to wish the City of Commerce a very happy birthday. And since we're all commerce, happy birthday to all of us. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thanks for advocating for us on Gateway Cities. We do need that here, so thank you. Appreciate it. So I'll keep it short. Meeting's adjourned. Yeah, we're going back to closed session. So we'll come back and adjourn after closed session. We'll recess to closed session.